Just looking at that from backwards.
Calling the Moore County Board of Education into session. Do I have a motion for closed session pursuant to the motion that appears as item Roman numeral 1A in our agenda? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Motion made to go into closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Bruno gets it. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So the public will know we are going to go into closed session. We will be back approximately 5:30. No public business will be conducted until we return. Thank you. calling the meeting of the Board of Education back into session. Do I have a motion to go out of closed session and into open session at this point in time?
So moved.
We have a motion to go out of closed session and go into open session. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, give it to Ms. Bruno this time. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. At this point, we're going to approve the agenda. I understand Mr. Hensley at this point wishes to take certain matters off of the consent agenda. Mr. Hensley, if you can tell us which ones they are, and we will renumber them under 8 board action, and we'll renumber them consecutively after C.
I would like to remove 5 items from the consent agenda, starting with item 5 Alpha Full Mind Virtual Teachers, 5 Delta School Facility Use Application and Fee Schedule, item E Union Pines High School Media Center HVAC Replacement Bids, item F Moore County Schools Student Uniform Survey, and item G Board Minutes.
Board minutes. Okay, it is the right of any board member before a matter is brought up to take things off of the consent agenda. Pardon? Okay, that's okay. So those will be renumbered as D, E, F, G, and excuse me. D, E, F, G, and H under item Roman numeral 8, board action. Okay. At this point in time, do I have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
So moved.
The motion is made by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holmes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it's approved unanimously. Okay, so we now have an agenda, and let's move to the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'll call up Jacob Sumner, an 8th grade Southern Middle student, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance on this September 11th.
Hello, my name is Jacob Sumner. I'm an 8th grade student. Here's the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And do we want Mr. Sumner to come forward for a picture?
At the end.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, so for the inspiration, let me call Sarah Tapati. I hope I got that correct. An 8th grade student from Southern Middle District for Southern Middle School to provide us with an inspiration.
My name is Sarah Tapati, and I am an 8th grade student at Southern Middle School. I am reading a quote by Albert Einstein that inspires me. Never give up on what you want to do. The person with big dreams is more powerful than the one with all the facts. This inspires me because the people that put in hard work to reach their dreams are more successful than the people without a dream. My dream is to be a successful athlete, and I put in the work each day to reach my goal by going to practice and trying my best to improve. Some days are easier than others, but I keep working even on the tough days. People need to dream big and keep working to reach those dreams. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Vice Chair Davis for our moment of silence. Yes.
All right. With today being the anniversary of 9/11, I thought it was very important that we did take a few minutes, or at least a full minute, as we pause for our moment of reflection. We don't typically take advantage of a whole entire minute, but I felt with today being the anniversary of that, for our moment of silence, we will take the entire minute. But I do want to say a few words that it's important to sift back in time, remember what we saw that day and what we felt, as 19 terrorists used 4 hijacked jetliners to murder 2,977 people at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and the Farmers Field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Today, during our time of silence, prayer, and reflection, I would ask that you would also reflect on the days and weeks after 9/11 when you felt more proud to be an American and that you eagerly cried out to your Creator for comfort and healing on behalf of others. So with that being said, we'll just take a minute, 1 full minute. I'm going to set my timer, and we're just going to be quiet and reflect on that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, let me call up our Director of Communications, Charles Batchelor, for our recognitions, and let me also call Ms. Davis and Ms. Caldwell to join our people for the recognition.
Thank you, Board Chair Levy. If we could get our students who did our pledge and inspiration to come up and be recognized by our board members.
Well, let them wait up here because now he's got to say why they're up here. Okay. Oh, yes, those are. Yeah.
Let's hear it for our students.
Oh, I love that handshake. I really love that handshake.
Before we kick off recognitions, I just want family members and those supporting the recognitions tonight to know that as I'm reading, feel free to come up and get photos of the recognitions. All right, Emma Robinson, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Mrs. Robinson is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree. Mrs. Robinson is an amazing social studies teacher who has worked hard to digitize all of her learning while continuing to develop lasting relationships in the virtual environment. She is a great team member who always is willing to help others. Mrs. Robinson has taken the lead in Connect Virtual Academy's school improvement process, serving as the chair of the school improvement team. Her hard work during Connect Virtual Academy's first year as a school was one of the reasons the school had great success. We appreciate everything Mrs. Robinson has done to make Connect Virtual Academy one of the best virtual schools in the state. Will members of the Robinson family and Principal Swafford please stand and be recognized? Congratulations, Emma.
Let's all give her a hand.
Michelle Unick is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff honoree. She was unable to attend tonight's meeting, so Principal Swafford will present her certificate to her at a later date. Thanks, Michelle, for all you do, and congratulations on your recognition. Wendy Zaborowski, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Mrs. Zaborowski is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed volunteer honoree. Mrs. Zaborowski has been serving Moore County Schools as a volunteer for 7 years. Her substantial contributions to Pinehurst Elementary School made a huge impact over the course of her child's elementary years. As her child came to Southern Middle School last year, Mrs. Zaborowski followed and hit the ground running. She has supported the school with weekend beautification, PTA leadership support, short and long-term substitute teaching, as well as coming to the school on her own time to help with whatever was needed at the school. Mrs. Zaborowski has been a strong advocate for the school's academic success and has taken time to speak with teachers as well as the principal with ideas and positive ways to change the school for the better. She has a calming presence and practical approach to solving problems, and she exemplifies what true community support needs to look like for public schools in 2023. Will members of the Zaborowski family and Principal Krasinski please stand and be recognized? Congratulations, Wendy.
Thank you so very much.
Nicholas Williams, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Nicholas is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed student honoree. Nicholas, or Junior, as he is affectionately known by his teachers, is an outstanding example of a virtual learner. His academic success is superb, as he maintains one of the highest grade point averages in his class. Nicholas has been a virtual student through Connect Virtual Academy since before we were an actual school and has excelled in virtual learning over the years. His experience and dedication to his learning has not gone unnoticed by his teachers and principals. Nicholas has proven himself as a dedicated learner, and Connect Virtual Academy looks forward to cheering him on as he graduates high school this year. Will members of the Williams family and Principal Swafford please stand and be recognized? Congratulations, Nicholas.
Oh, okay. Okay, either way. That's cool. All right, thank you. And let's give him and Mrs. Zaborowski another applause.
This month, we have an additional recognition. LaTanya Brown, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front.
Okay.
LaTanya Brown completed the North Carolina Association School Business Officials Treasurers Academy certification. The Academy is a continuation of the NCASBO Business Management Academy and includes sessions such as school finance law, internal controls, general accounting concepts, and many more topics important to school bookkeeping. The NCASBO Academy focus is to develop future leaders in school finance and human resources. Your accomplishment will help Moore County Schools improve on the quality of school business procedures. You are a great asset to Moore County Schools, and we congratulate you on your success. Thank you for your commitment to exemplary work. Will members of the Brown family and Principal Kelly please stand and be recognized? Congratulations, Latanya. This concludes the recognition portion of tonight's meeting. Thank you all.
Okay, and let's have one more round of applause for Ms. Brown and all of our honorees. Okay, at this point in time, I think we have a musical selection by the Southern Middle Choral students. Did we want to get a picture before they go? Oh, got one, okay. Our thanks to Ms. Amber Bertagnoli. I hope I got that correct, for the chorus teacher. We appreciate that, and thanks to Mr. Sean Krensicki, our principal. Okay, yes. At this point in time, if anyone wishes to take leave, who no longer wants to stay for the business portion of the meeting, we'll give you about 30 seconds or so if you wish to leave, but you're certainly welcome to stay. Please join us if you wish, but it's okay to leave too. For technology? For technology? Yeah, I would, it's, time, we're going to talk about school opening update. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Levy, Chair Levy, and appreciate all those presentations. Students from Southern Middle did an awesome job by the Dragons, and appreciate that. And that just demonstrates where we are and where we started back. We're back to the beginning of another school year, and we wanted to bring you an update highlight from our leadership team, our senior leaders, to talk about various areas of updates, from our instructional focus to our operations updates to our human resources and communications. And so, Dr. Metcalf, I'm going to hand it right over to you to kind of lead us off and take us through the updates at the beginning of the 23-24 school year.
Yeah, isn't that exciting? So guess what? They came back and we got started again. Looking forward to this school year. Thank you, Charlie. Yes, we're excited. Students are back. They came back and school's begun, and that does not happen without a lot of work from a lot of different people throughout the summer through the start of the school year. And we thought it would be a good idea to take an opportunity just to kind of share some updates to that start of the school year. And so we're going to talk about a lot of the work that we did throughout the summer, some of the instructional preparation work that we did. We'll give you an update on where we are as of day 9, which was Friday, in terms of student membership. Ms. Purvis will talk about operations, transportation, child nutrition services, driver's education and maintenance. Dr. Patterson will give some updates on our vacancies and recruitment intention, some work that we're doing there. And then Mr. Batchelor will end it for us with talk about the communication and how we're outreaching to the community in those areas. So a lot of work over the summer, done by a lot of hard-working people. Wanted to give you a little bit of a status review of that, an update on some of the work that was done. We did some low-performing summer support for students. That was designed to support students at our low-performing schools in remedial instruction, try to close gaps in both reading and math. We had 161 students who participated in that. Our Read to Achieve, we do that every year. It focuses on reading skill grades 2 and 3, and we had 167 students participate in the RTA. Jumpstart was new to us. That was for middle school rising 6th grade students coming from our low-performing schools. Try to get them acclimated to the middle school and get them on that track for success, feel comfortable at their middle school as they moved into it. We had 278 students who participated in that. We did some summer testing re-administration. That was a big project for us. We had 534 students. They took 629 tests. We re-administered tests. So of those 629 tests, 41.5% of the scores that were not proficient when they originally took the test became proficient as a result of that work. So we're really happy with that and want to expand that. A lot of summer curriculum workshop work under the direction of Ms. Gephardt, really focusing on curriculum units, ELA in particular. Phonics, reading comprehension, did some lesson plans there. We had 36 teachers who did that work throughout the summer. Very proud and appreciative of the work that they did. We did some 6th grade parent nights, working on that transition from 5th grade to 6th grade. So the entire academics and student support services team went out to every middle school, met with parents, had a parent night, answered questions, and tried to set the stage for their 6th grade year. We did some new principal onboarding with our early career principals and new principals to Moore County schools. Of course, the leadership retreat, which we had in August, which the board members came to, certainly appreciated your support. That was a lot of fun. As at McDeeds Creek Elementary School, really focusing on the Moore County way, curriculum resources, and safety. And then the More Learning Conference, which was our in-house professional development, 51 sessions offered to our staff, everything from evidence practices in autism to data dives to K-1 math support. That was designed for our instructional assistants. It wasn't just our teachers, but our instructional assistants too. And some class called Make Makey Your Class Engaging. I didn't get to that one, but it sounds like a lot of fun, so I kind of wish I had. In addition to that work, we did the Even More Engaged while letters training was going on for our pre-K through 5th grade teachers, where they were working on getting started on Volume 2, which focuses on vocabulary and reading comprehension. Our pre-K to 5th grade were doing that. At that same time, our Even More Engaged, 497 attendees working on engaging teaching, instructionary lessons on Canvas and SchoolNet. Empowering small group instruction was the topic around the Even More Engaged. Had 110 teachers at our new teacher orientation. Many of the board members came to that as well. Thank you. And we really focused on some safety training, stop the bleed and de-escalation training. All our principals, all our assistant principals, our directors, our senior staff, our school-based first responders at every school, coaches, SROs, all either continued their training in stop the bleed and de-escalation or received that for the first time. So very excited about that. And then, of course, throughout the summer, focusing on our instructional tools. iReady, Ms. Gephardt will be talking about that later this evening. Target interventions, magnetic reader. So all of that tied into our More Learning Conference, or Even More Engaged in all the work that we did. So very busy summer, very exciting summer, a lot of work done to support our teachers and staff as we prepared for the school year. Wanted to give you a heads up on where we're at on student membership. Friday was day 9, so we're always a day late. Today was the 10th day, so wanted to kind of give you an update of where we were as of day 9. We had 12,881 students in membership as of Friday. A little over 5,500 of those are at our elementary schools, 2,859 at our middle schools, and 4,515 at our high schools. It's about 82 less students than day 20 last year. Day 20 is really our mark period of time. That's 59 less than we were at day 9. If you just look at day 9, we're about 59 students less than we were last year. I'm going to show you this chart and just kind of leave it there for you to be able to see. Hopefully you can see it again. 82 less students than day 20 last year. There's a couple of reasons for that. There are a couple of schools where we've seen a drop, decrease, if you will, in student membership. Cranes Creek is one. I think we're 93 students less at Cranes Creek this year than we were at last year. We know that last year was a disruptive year at Cranes Creek, and I really think those numbers will come back throughout the course of the year and into next year. We're already seeing some students kind of returning, and I think we'll continue to see that. About 30 students less or decrease at Elise Middle School in Robbins. Elise sometimes can be that way. Sometimes they can have a large class that leaves and a smaller class that kind of comes in. But that is something for us to monitor and watch at Elise. Southern Middle School, here at Southern Middle School, they're actually up about 28 students here at Southern Middle School. Union Pines, a kind of larger school, but they're down about 31 students. Sometimes we get a bump at UP, but we didn't see that bump this particular year. After day 20, we'll do a full analysis of this and look at grade levels and kind of look at trends and see where we're at. But a little flat in terms of student membership this year as compared to last year. Again, down about 82 students from last year when we compare day 9 to day 20, which is our mark. Let me hand things over to Ms. Purvis.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. As you know, the goal of our facility, our operations department, is to ensure that our facility and our operational processes are working well so that our school staff can be 100% focused on students. That's the goal of our department. When we think about operations, we have several departments. We'll start with transportation. Right now we have 74 buses that are running 102 morning routes. We have 70 buses, and that is drivers, running 105 afternoon routes. As of September 8th, our student ridership count was 5,412 morning riders and 6,075 afternoon riders. So you can see that we're almost at half of our population on those afternoon buses. Tablets for navigation have been installed, and we're working with CalLamp to iron out some small implementation issues in those units. We plan to begin student ridership at Carthage Elementary, Northmore High School, and West Pine Middle in October, and we'll expand those to the remainder of our schools once we've defined the best system and processes for a mass rollout. So we want to make sure we get those kinks worked out, understand how that student ridership program works best before we roll it out for the rest of the district, but we will be doing that hopefully by mid-year. Then we'll take a look at child nutrition. We had 6,177 breakfasts served the first week, 8,133 the second week. Remember, we were 1 day short in that first week of school due to the hurricane. Tropical storm. We had 19,105 lunches served the first week and 21,002 lunches served the second week. Aberdeen Elementary served the most breakfasts. They had 855 breakfasts served. Pinecrest served the most lunches, 1,747. And good news, early reports from our student advisors, who you remember collaborated with Ms. Taylor, our Director of Nutrition, to develop those new menus, indicate that students are pleased with the new selections, and they feel there's a noticeable difference in the quality of food and choices. So we're happy to hear that. When we take a look at driver's education, we had 12 classes offered over the summer, and that served 389 students. Andrea Amoros, our Director of Driver's Education, is working to make the registration process more user-friendly with a wait list option available. Ms. Amoros will be visiting car dealerships over the next couple of months to seek sponsors for Moore County Schools' Safe Driving Program. And so, as Chair Levy suggested, we will be reaching out to dealerships. Those who choose to sponsor Moore County Schools Safe Driving students will have a magnetic advertisement on each of our sides of our driver's ed cars. So we look forward to those corporate sponsorships. And dealerships who participate will be recognized. So we are appreciative of that.
Thank you so very
Ms.
much.
Amoros. Yes, sir. Thanks goes to Ms. Amoros for working on that. And then in our maintenance department, Maintenance Director Tony Sewell restructured the maintenance teams for summer work. All area maintenance folks were added to a specialty team, and teams tackled jobs on campuses collaboratively to increase efficiency. Crews completed many projects across all campuses to ensure campuses were ready for the first day of school. If I were to list all of the projects that our maintenance folks tackled this summer, we'd be here for days, but I can say that those folks are very hardworking, did a phenomenal job to have us ready to go back to school. We did experience some issues when we restarted the air conditioning units after the summer break, but much kudos to our crews who are working diligently and quickly to solve those issues. Can't say enough about the work that they've done to make sure that we're up and running as we begin school. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Patterson for some HR questions and review.
Good evening. So we're going to look at some trends in school-based vacancies. As you can see on the screen, this includes all school-based vacancies, including counselors, intervention coaches, speech language pathologists, anyone that is licensed and assigned to a school. For this year, you can see that K-5, we're at 14 vacancies, 6-8 at 16, 9-12 at 11 for a total of 37 vacancies. Actually, I have a bigger number, but it's dropped since I did this report, so that's a great thing. Okay. Classified vacancies, we have 41 as of today. 12 of those vacancies are SROs, the new SRO positions. Looking at recruitment, so our vacancies are pushed out in multiple ways. They include Indeed, ZipRecruiter, School Spring, and also on social media. We have a collaborative partnership with the Chamber that helps us with recruiting military, workforce professional development, and also workforce housing. We work with the military with a skill bridge program that provides 180 days of permissive duty to focus solely on training full-time. We have an online network that connects applicants near completion of their degree to different school districts. Next page. Also under recruitment, we identify and support teacher assistants on a pathway to obtaining a teaching license that may include reimbursements of cost. The state allots 4 slots. We identify TAs with bachelor degrees. Currently, We have a couple of those in the district. We identify and support substitutes who qualify for a teaching license. Also, we do in-person job fairs. Listed there is Sand Hills Community College, UNC Pembroke, Campbell University, East Carolina, Western Carolina, and Appalachian State. We also do virtual job fairs with NC Works and the Chamber of Commerce. As far as creative HR, for hard-to-fill positions, we've had to think a little bit outside of the box. We have looked at some vendors that do staffing. One in particular is Full Mind. They provide live virtual teachers, and we'll talk about this in more detail in a little bit in another presentation. But we're piloting a program at Cranes Creek for 2 math positions for this year. At least that's the plan. Moore County Schools also have Moore County Schools based virtual teachers. So we have some teachers that actually teach virtually. They're piped into a classroom while there is like a TA that's facilitating that classroom while that teacher's teaching live, also teaching their own classes. We also have at the high schools where teachers are teaching an extra block, and that's called a 5th period. And we tried some new things this year that hasn't completely come to fruition, but we have posted job share positions in addition to virtual teaching positions. As far as retention is concerned, we have a continuous commitment to maintain and grow a positive and collaborative work environment. We do a fabulous new teacher induction, a beginning teacher program. We have additional support for both residential and what we used to call lateral entry teachers. We provide resources and professional learning support in addition to individualized support for teachers based on their specific needs. As I mentioned earlier, Creative HR is a recruitment, but it's also a retention effort or strategy because it fills classrooms, whereas if we didn't do that, our current teachers might just be covering classes. So, try to flip my page. Turn that over to Charlie.
Good evening again. Charlie Batchelor, Director for Communications at Moore County Schools. I am going to give a brief overview of the support that I've provided over the past couple of months. As you see, I've broken up the slide into 3 different buckets: internal, external, and then a combination of the 2. So for internally, what we focus on is our communications with our employees. And we do that through our own district newsletter, as well as a superintendent video that we sent out to our staff. And the big one was our 2023-24 kickoff video, where we brought in our Moore County Schools Teacher and Principal of the Year, as well as our superintendent and our senior staff introducing themselves and having a welcome message to our new employees and returning employees. And moving into external communications, I work with a lot of news outlets, whether it's the Pilot, the Sand Hill Sentinel, our radio stations, local, Star 102.5, Life 103.1, WEB 990, as well as, social media is also what we use for marketing. So those are the big outlets that you'll see a lot of our marketing efforts in. Also collaborate with media as they reach out for information. You may have seen over the past week we're in CBS 17 with our HR creative strategies covering our job share opportunities. And we also are covered really everywhere with those types of media requests. And then another external part that I deal with is records requests, public records requests. So far, up to date, I have completed 54 records requests since January 9th, and currently still have 2 open, which hopefully will be done soon. Moving into the combination of internal and external, a big part of communications as a whole is our social media. That doesn't only get the message out to our students and parents, but it's also to the community members who follow us. Anyone can follow us. And if you're not following us on social media, I would ask you to go check us out on it, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. The messaging is the same. It goes on all 3 of them. So you can check us out there to keep up with our up-to-date marketing strategies, as well as good news stories of what's going on in Moore County. One of the big awards that our school got over the summer was Union Pines High School. Their S2S program was recognized as the elite program of the year for the country. So that's a national award. And soon, in a couple months, we'll be having those students come here to be recognized. So stuff like that you'll see on our social media. We also covered bus safety right before the school year kicked off, just reminding people, community members, as well as parents, that you're going to start seeing the big yellow buses on the roads. So please, slow down as you see the yellow lights flashing and that type of stuff. Also, I covered first day of school highlights. There's a quick 1-minute video on our social media platforms, just covering a few highlights of the day of pictures throughout our district that were submitted on that day. So you can kind of see what the students saw on that. So that's kind of the brief, big highlights of kind of what I've been focusing on the past couple months, and I look forward to continuing to support our district. Now that concludes our brief for this evening. Any questions?
Any questions from members of the board?
I just had a comment on the nutrition. That I know that you stated that we were one day less, but if you think about it, we had Monday off too for Labor Day, so that just means that our lunches did go up. Yeah. Oh, great. That's great.
Any other comments or questions from
I
members of
have
the board?
some
Mr.
questions.
Hensley?
I have questions in a couple of the categories. The first question are about buses and driver's ed. Two questions. One related to bus ridership. Ms. Purvis, you implied that bus ridership was up. Is that true?
It is.
By a significant percentage, or?
Yeah, we're about 1,000 students up this year. Now, I will say that we have our drivers reviewing routes this week.
Right.
Any riders who were on those routes and did not ride week 1 and 2 will be taken off. So we could see these numbers go down if we had folks who were rolled over last year or who
Right.
signed up for the bus and have not been riding or decided not to.
Right.
So these could go down.
So, but preliminary indications are we got about a 15% increase in ridership.
We do have an increase
which is
in ridership.
significant.
Yes,
And
sir.
I would suggest that as, we've had issues with the bus in the past. I have full confidence that you and your team will fix it. We've been talking about it for about 8 months now. And I would expect as parents gain confidence in the bus ridership, that bus ridership will increase. As parents gain confidence in our bus system and reliability and all that this will only increase, which will decrease the queues in the schools and all that. So,
Yes, sir. We're hopeful that applicants who are now in the queue can get processed quickly. We do have some applicants, and we'll continue to recruit because the more drivers we get, the better we can serve families.
Right, we're all aware of the challenges,
Yeah.
but we're going to fix
We're
it.
seeing some increase.
My next question for you, I think is on the next slide concerning driver's education. Driver's education, do you know how many students we turned away?
I do not. I would have to ask Ms. Amorose how many we turned away.
I suspect it's a significant number. I don't know. I just know that when my daughters applied, tried to get driver's education, we had to go to a private provider. That was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, how long ago was that? I don't know, just 6 years ago. Let's call it 6 years ago.
And I can check on that for you.
Yeah, but there were students turned away.
There were students who were placed on wait list, yes, and then
Right.
she gets them in the next round.
So please let us know, Dr. Locklear, please let us know. I mean, we're in the education business, and we should not be in the business of turning away students, especially, that includes driver's education. So I think if you let us as a board know what the limiting factors are, and let's address that.
Right now, we have 2 available positions, 2 open and vacant positions for classroom driver's ed teachers and the need for 1 behind-the-wheel instructor.
I could not imagine being a behind-the-wheel instructor at driver's education. I remember driving down a perilous back road in Oklahoma, going a high rate of speed, hitting the bushes on the side of the road, and that poor guy was hitting the brake on his side of the car. So I understand some of the challenges, but it would be great if we didn't turn anyone away for driver's education.
Yes, that would be the goal, and she is recruiting and trying to find some extra teachers that would help us with that.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
My other two questions are with HR. And my first question is concerning the vacancy slide, the certified staff. So if I read this chart correctly, these are the open positions at the beginning of the year, correct?
That's as of this morning.
As of this morning, compared to the previous 3 years.
Yes.
I'm stunned because if I read the local media and the editorials and the editorial writers in the local media, I would think that Moore County Schools was hemorrhaging certified staff, and it was 10 times worse than it's ever been, when in fact the facts point out to everyone there, to include Mr. Nagy, the editorial writer of the Pilot, that we are at a low for the last 4 years. Am I reading that correctly? That we are at a low point for certified staff vacancies in Moore County Schools for the last 4 years. That's not the conclusion I would get from reading the editorial page of the local newspaper. It's good to see facts. I mean, we've got work to do, and I know that Dr. Locklear and his team addressed this. I know the board has done work. I know that restoring discipline in our classroom and respect for our teachers is significant, and we're doing everything that we can. And when the word gets out, I'm sure that this number will drop even more, but it's good to see facts, not made-up rhetoric in the local newspaper. My next question is, on classified staff. I believe you said there were 41 vacancies, and how does that compare to previous years?
If I remember, because that wasn't actually in the presentation in previous
Right.
years, if I remember correctly from what I looked at, hold on, actually I have that. 43 for 22-23.
Yep, so just like certified staff, our vacancies are
Keeping in
going.
mind that 12 of those are new positions, the SRO positions.
Right, which have never been filled because they're new. Okay, and my last question is, this might be a question for Dr. Locklear. When was the last time Moore County School did a locality pay study?
As far as comparing to what other localities give for supplements or stipends.
Yes, sir.
Last time we looked at that in a regional way was probably back in 2021.
I'm sorry, 2021?
Yes, sir. When we were looking at ESSER and looking at retention bonuses, when we were discussing that back with the board in 2021.
But we have not addressed, that was in the context of bonuses, but when was the last time Moore County Schools has done a study and adjusted our locality pay based upon the results of that study? It certainly hasn't been since I've been in the last 3 years.
Hasn't been since I've been superintendent, no, sir. Yep.
Right, so 5 years, maybe longer?
Probably, yes, sir.
And just so everyone knows, when that study was last done, I think we touched 6 counties, maybe 6 counties, 5 counties, something like that. And we were second only to a county to the northeast of us that's really a suburb of Cary. So when that was done 5 or 6 years ago, we adjusted ourselves and we were exactly where we should have been. But I think it's time that we take another look at that and see where we are competitively pay with the adjoining school districts. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Seeing none, I just want to tell Dr. Locklear, your administration, I believe, has done a marvelous job in the beginning of the school year. Special kudos go out to Ms. Purvis, in addition to all the others, but she has certainly, with these buses, the toughest job, I think, in the district. And things, from what we can see, is things are getting better and better. We appreciate all the hard work that your administration has been doing, Dr. Locklear.
And thank you, Chair Levy. And I'd be remiss if I also didn't tip my hat to our maintenance department, Tony Sewell. We haven't had, knock on wood, I'm probably jinxing myself, Tony, but we have not had to dismiss early because we didn't have air conditioning in our schools working. And we know a lot of districts around the state has had to do that during this heat wave, and our folks have just done a fantastic job. So I do want to just tip my hat to Tony and that maintenance team since he's here tonight.
Well, thank you to you and your entire administration. I believe it's a banner school year, especially looking at this school, which we're sitting in. It's come up a grade. Mr. Krasecki, so we appreciate that. And a lot of our other schools have come up grades, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that. But it's all due to your hard work and the hard work of your administration. So we thank everyone. Yes. Next on the agenda here is systems intervention to support students.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf. One thing we briefed the board on, some of the board members on, is the intervention systems and processes that we have in our schools, across our schools, and I know the board thought it might be beneficial to share a little bit more about that with the full board as well as with our public. So, Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, sir. I do appreciate the board giving us the opportunity to share the work that we do in terms of intervention blocks or periods. And so when you asked me to do that, I brought in the experts to help me with that. So they'll give some examples of what we do at each of our school and the resources that we provide. Excuse me. But in essence, intervention blocks, it's a period of time in our daily schedule in which we organize small groups of students based on their individual performance data to provide direct instruction support to meet their individual needs. This is nothing new. We've been doing this for a long time, but we've also continually looked to revise and strengthen those intervention programs, and I think you'll be impressed on at least what's going on at Cameron Elementary and at Southern Middle School. The intervention blocks occur each day during the school day. They identify student groups based on skills and data, looking at their gaps and what their particular needs are. Individual teams do that. The teachers get together in their professional and learning teams, review student data and what's effective and what hasn't been effective, and then assign the students to small groups to provide that level of support. They might provide explicit explanation, modeling, practice. They'll provide feedback to that small group. They'll adjust based on the data as they reassess. All staff involved, full staff involvement as needed. So it's all hands on deck, if you will, to provide that level of support for those small groups and those interventions. We provide a number of resources. Ms. Gephardt can go into great detail on these resources, but you know a little bit about the iReady, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about the toolbox later this evening. Very much of a focus on the core phonics and some intervention materials that we have to focus on that, some vocabulary materials that we use. We use a core phonics in grade 4 and 5 for middle school, so off grade, they can work with our middle school students too who might be struggling in those areas to provide some additional support. Also, our staff make up some of the materials that they provide too, and our curriculum guides in particular provide interventions for math, and so there's support that are provided through our summer curriculum workshops that the teachers then can use as they work through these intervention blocks. So let's talk about what it looks like in the school setting, and with me is Jared Cassidy, who is the principal of Cameron Elementary School.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss some of the good works that we're doing here at Cameron as we drive student success on a daily basis. Like Dr. Metcalf said, our intervention block is all hands on deck when it comes to the children, because of course our goal is the tier 1, 80% core instruction, good solid instruction. But when we look at our intervention is what do the children need outside of that core instruction to make them successful? So at Cameron, we offer intervention blocks, 45 minutes, 5 days a week with that. Where does this come from is with our PLTs, weekly PLTs, we look at data, do data dives with the help of curriculum instruction, Ms. Gephardt and her crew, but we actually use the data to see what the child needs, whether it might be an intervention with phonics, or it might be an enrichment that they got everything covered. Hey, how are we going to extend them and move them forward in their knowledge at school? So when we look at it small groups and the student data, we take everything into account and we consistently look at it on a weekly basis to see, hey, that child, yes, they're improving or they haven't. What can we do? So we're constantly monitoring what we have going on at Cameron. One of the things in our PLTs to look at intervention groups, we have charts up with every student, and it might have a symbol or asterisk by them, so we know, hey, this child is on this level, this child is struggling with this, what we can do. So we're actually trying to pinpoint every student every day to help them succeed in the classroom. Teachers and instructional assistants provide the remediation enrichment to their group. And then, for example, last year I had 3 first grade teachers and 2 TAs with that. So we talked to my first grade team and said, instead of 1 TA, 1 teacher in a class, what areas are you strong in? So we had teachers step, hey, I feel better with phonics, hey, I feel better with comprehension. So actually we rotated students from their homeroom teacher to other teachers in that grade level to meet their needs with the intervention model. So, and again, like I go back to, it's always, what are we doing? Is it working? If it's not, what can we do to support the student? If it is, let's rotate the kids out, because we have some kids that might need intervention for phonics, but they need enrichment for comprehensive. So like I said, this is our driving model at Cameron and the good works we're doing, and we've seen great improvement from last year with this model, and we're constantly refining it. It's nothing new, but when you have new players in the game, you need to find new ways to meet them and help them be successful in and out of classroom, and that's what we do as far as our intervention time at Cameron Elementary.
Thank you.
I'm going to give another example if I can.
Okay.
Mr. Cassidy, I just want to throw out at Cameron Elementary double-digit gains in proficiency this year, and one of the reasons that he was able to do that, his staff was able to do that, is because of the intervention blocks and doubling down and providing support to students. This may look different from school to school, particularly at the middle school level. We want that same level of movement at the middle school, and as you mentioned before, Mr. Levy, we got that at Southern Middle School, and Mr. Konsicki is here to talk a little bit about Southern Middle School, and he'll introduce the real brains behind the operation.
Thank you, and I want to introduce Courtney Glendenning. She and I have worked together now for, I think, about 6 years, and when I came to Southern, I talked to her and a few others to come along with me, and what we do this year is based entirely on our work together and her behind-the-scenes effort to really improve the educational outcomes here at our school, Southern Middle School. Where's the clicker? Can you do that? All right, thanks. So we spent about November, I realized that what we were doing in our intervention time was working for some, but not for everyone. And I don't know if you guys have looked at it, but last week the state released a big Excel sheet that's sortable, and it has every school, public charter school in the entire state, and you can sort that data. And about the end of October, realized that we needed to find some schools to visit. That's what I did when I was at the alternative school, to kind of push that in a different direction. And between that and the Restart groups that I'm in, we're a Restart school and I meet monthly with them, virtually a group, we narrowed it down to a handful of schools that are similar in demographics and size, but are outperforming our school. So the first school we went to was a school in Durham, Carrington, I think it's George Carrington Middle School, and Courtney and I went to visit them around Christmas time. And we spent a few hours with them, and then Courtney stayed connected with them, and that's really the nuts and bolts of what we're doing now, was Carrington. And then again, dug a little bit more, and we found some schools in Johnson County, some middle schools in Johnson County that are also outperforming their peers. And we took a team in just as summer hit, we took a group, and Dr. Metcalf was part of that, and we went to visit. We spent a half day up in North Johnson Middle School to see what they were doing. These schools have a higher rate of poverty, similar size, and it isn't a one-off thing. They've been doing this well for years. And we went to visit. I will say that their data came out, and North Johnson had 97% growth, so they're on to something. And Carrington, which has even a higher rate of poverty and more inner city issues, had 100% growth, which is unbelievable for a middle school. And so the work that we've put in is almost a year in the making, and Courtney came all summer, and we did, some of those things they've been doing there, they've been doing for a decade, and it takes time to build it. But what we're doing now is the start of that, or the continuation of where we started last year, is what I would say. Is that basically the background of that? Okay. Like Jared said, it's 45 minutes a day. We built it into the schedule. It's mandatory. Everybody participates. Every teacher participates, and the groups are broken down based on the data from the EOGs. That's what we do, and it's focused on reading and math 4 days a week. And we have one day at our school we do social skills, because there's indication that that's going to support students as well. And that's nothing special. What is special is every teacher has a very specific lesson that's pre-made, pre-loaded, scripted, if you will. So we don't have to worry about a PE teacher having a problem teaching long division or whatever that skill is that we have a deficit in with that group of students. And that's the work of Courtney and her team to build that out. And I'll let her talk a little bit more about that.
Okay. So, like Cameron, it's 45 minutes a day, 5 days a week. Mr. Krinsicki had said 4 days for academics. It's either reading or math instruction. At the end of the quarter, they'll flip to get what they didn't get that first quarter. The groups are leveled based off of the area of need, and it is a pass-fail course, and the rubrics that we've created are tailored to exactly what is going on in that classroom. As far as the script for them, it really does provide some guidelines for teachers who might not be super comfortable with it, and it gives the kids exactly what they need to that tailored instruction.
That's about it. Yes, sir.
Oh, go ahead. No.
Go, Ms. Bruno.
Okay. Oh, let me put this on. It's on. Is it on? Okay. Yes, you mentioned teaching social skills. Could you elaborate on that, please? What's included in that?
Yeah, so again, we have to have a systematic approach because we're asking people that don't necessarily have an expertise in delivering social skills instruction. So we, the counseling team was charged with investigating and coming up with a program that we could use here at Southern Middle for this year. And it's just basic social skills, empathy, and social awareness and kindness. It's that kind. It's just basic. They call it 21st century skills if you dig into the teacher talk, but it's really just deportment, how to behave yourself in public so you can be successful, get a job, work with the people around you, that kind of thing. So the program we're using this year is Second Step. I've used it in the past. Ms. Gwaltney, our counselors, use it at the elementary schools at those levels, and so we've implemented that. We started our first, it's every Thursday, so we started our first last Thursday. It went very well.
And the first one was just back to school things. So if you see a friend upset, what should you do? Or what are possible options?
Yep.
Mr. Hensley next.
Principal Kinsicki, when I first heard that you accepted the assignment to Southern Middle School, or volunteered, if I'm correct, I knew you were absolutely the correct person for the job, and your innovation and the results are promising. I have a question. When you visited these overperforming, similar situated schools that were overperforming, although this is focused on the academic intervention, I'm interested, is there anything that you saw there that they were doing related to discipline that we should do different or do better?
It's a great question. Sorry. When we went to Carrington, we hyper-focused on the academics, and we did not meet with the administration. We met with the folks like Courtney who are in charge of developing those lessons, and then they gave us free rein to go through classrooms and talk to students. I will say that they have some discipline issues at both of those schools, and I think their discipline issues have increased over the last few years. So I didn't get into the details with that, and I focused on my deep belief that if you lead with quality instruction and provide support so students can feel successful, that is a natural way to bring down the discipline, and it's, for me, an absolute first step. And then you come around back with the other things. So if you have a teacher who's engaging and providing exactly what the student needs so they know they can be successful at the end of that class period, a lot of the discipline just falls off to the side, has been my experience. So I did not go detail-oriented with the discipline piece.
I understand the two are absolutely related. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Other members of the board, questions, observations? Let me ask one question. I see that this is happening in Cameron and also happening here at Southern Middle. Is this also happening in our other middle schools?
Yeah, I can answer that. This is an expectation across the district. Again, not something new, something that we continually refine. We've been doing it, quite frankly, since I did it when I was walking these halls as principal of Southern Middle School many, many years ago, but not to the level that Mr. Krinsicki and Mrs. Glendenning have put into place. We continue to refine it. It is going on at all of our schools.
So we have a 45-minute block in each school, especially each of our middle schools for this type of intervention?
And Mr. Krinsicki can jump in here, but the middle schools have aligned their schedules this year so that they're all very similar. We did that to be able to have the opportunity to do some creative human resources if we needed to, pipe in teachers from different levels. But what that necessarily means is they're also consistent about what they're doing in terms of block of intervention.
So each one of our middle schools has an intervention block, am I correct? Other than, I see Cameron and Southern Middle. I'm concerned especially about Elise and a couple of our other schools.
They have intervention blocks, that is the expectation.
Okay. All right, let me also say that this is something that I think the public needs to know about, that we're really reaching in to take care of, especially some of our more challenged students, because we have this education gap. And we not only want our schools overall to get better grades and better performance, but we want to also close that gap between especially our socioeconomically challenged students and the overall student body. And I think this is congratulations to all of you, because this is the way to achieve that, and that is part of our strategic plan. So we as a board, I believe, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would really like to congratulate you also. I think what you're doing is phenomenal. And this is for our students, and I think we're going to see great results. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from our board? Okay. Dr. Locklear, tell us about honoring Constitution Day as well as September 11th. I might add, so that the public knows, we celebrate by our policies several times each year for patriotic things. It is in our policy to celebrate Constitution Day, which I believe is the 17th of September, which comes out on a Sunday, I believe, but I'm sure you're going to tell us what we're doing for that, because it is extremely, extremely important, not only for our policies, but I think overall, because our strategic plan requires us to make sure that our students become productive United States citizens. So, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Chair Levy. I couldn't have said the introduction any better, but certainly I appreciate our moment of silence earlier, remembering 9/11. We also provide resources to teach our students about that. As I was reminded today, our students were not alive when that happened, so it's important that we teach them that and honor that. And of course, Constitution Day and week, and how we teach the Constitution all year long. But Mike, I'll turn it over to you to introduce, I think, Donna, who has some resources, some sample resources of how we teach that and honor that. Mike?
Yes, both of you have stolen my opening comments. I appreciate that. This is a board policy, but it is something that we continue to do. I want to read the mission statement of the board, if you don't mind, Chair Levy, because I want to reinforce this. All students mission statement of the Board of Education, Moore County Schools. All students will graduate with the skills, knowledge, character, and education to become proud and successful citizens of the United States of America. That is your mission statement. It's goals to move in that, to do that. And then, of course, by board policy, as you know, we're required to recognize and celebrate Constitution Day. We also have always, to my knowledge, shared the remembrance of 9/11. And the Constitution is not only celebrated on this one day, which will be the 18th. It's the 17th, which is a Sunday. We'll be recognizing it on the 18th. But we do it throughout the year within our curriculum. And Ms. Gephardt will talk about some of the resources that our teachers and staff and schools will be using on the 18th, some that they use today to remember 9/11, and also how it all fits into the curriculum throughout the course of the year. It's not a one-time thing. Ms. Gephardt.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Metcalf stole my thunder. Good evening, Chair Levy, Dr. Locklear, members of the board. I'm super excited to talk to you about some of the things. Today was 9/11, and as Dr. Locklear said, our group that are seniors this year were born in 2006. So that really hit home of why we need to remember 9/11 and why we need to make sure we have curriculum that enforces that and the changes in America through that time. Today there were morning announcements. I know Pinecrest High School did a moment of silence at 8:46. They let their parents know last night that they would be celebrating 9/11 and in a memory opportunity. I was in a second grade classroom and they were reading 14 Cows for America, which is a book about what the Messiah tribe did for America after 9/11. So a lot of great resources, a lot of great activities were going on in our schools today in remembrance of 9/11. As Dr. Metcalf said, we are very pleased that our curriculum in social studies is rich with continued ongoing information about the Constitution, from fourth grade where we learn about all the variety of North Carolina constitutions to fifth grade where we look at an in-depth study of our United States Constitution, to how our Constitution compares to other documents that provide freedoms for citizens, into a specific course in high school of civic literacy. So those are taught throughout. So our kids get a lot with the Constitution. But for Constitution Day, we wanted to make sure we had some great activities in the hands of our teachers to provide them with experiences. And you guys know I love a good read aloud. There's nothing like a book. So we have purchased for every K-2 student the book of the U.S. Constitution, which is a great retelling of the writing of the Constitution, introducing you to the key figures of the Constitution. And then at the recommendation of one of our fifth grade teachers who has a great Constitution basket with lots of books about the Constitution, we have purchased for our 3 through 5 students a More Perfect Union, which is the story of the Constitution, which really takes them through. So we've purchased these activities. We've given them different activities that they could do with these read alouds. So we're super excited. Our teachers are excited, but more importantly, our teachers are excited because they said now we have another resource to keep reading and keep utilizing throughout the year as we teach things with the Constitution and our government. For our high school and middle school, we have a 4-minute video that we are providing, and we're asking our folks to watch that first block. But again, there's some other great examples that I've seen in our social studies classes before where they're doing a look at different, I call it a Constitution scavenger hunt for better things, where they have to match pieces of the Constitution with pictures or articles from the Constitution. So a lot of great activities here that we provided for our teachers. Our teachers are excited about the read alouds, so that will be something that you will see on September 18th. If you're in our elementary schools, you'll see hopefully one of these read alouds being read with a great Constitution treasure hunt or a read, draw, write activity, and then the video will occur for our middle school and high school students. So we're super excited to have all the opportunities to celebrate the founding of our Constitution, and again, that will be September 18th.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from members of the board? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Let me say one thing that we're very, very proud. I believe that we are aligning our curriculum with our strategic plan. And so if anyone of the public wants to know where Morris County Schools is coming from and where we're going, take a look at our strategic plan, which is online, because that is where we're going. And I think members of the public will be impressed. And once again, we appreciate Dr. Locklear for your hard work in this sort of a thing. Okay, now let's move at this point to the consent agenda. We have 3 matters now remaining on the consent agenda. Is it?
A through C and then H, so before.
B, C, and H. So I have 3. Okay. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Okay. From Mr. Holmes, motion is made. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Benway. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let me turn it over to the Vice Chair for our public address.
Initially, we only had one speaker. We did have Ms. Sherry Locklear that wanted to add her name to the list, and as long as that's permissible by the board, we'll have both.
Is there any objection? If not, we'll go ahead and add her name to the list. No
All right.
problem.
We have Vic Allen first, and then Sherry Locklear, with a reminder of 3 minutes for your time frame.
You storm meat in this place? It's cold in here, man. People are shivering out there.
Helps to shorten the meeting.
I want to start it off. Thank you for having this, and thank you for giving my 3 minutes. I want to read from John chapter 8, verse 32, and it's, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Now, I'm Vic Allen, and I teach shop at Calvary Christian School, and I also teach Bible to 7th grade, and I teach PE 3 times for 3 classes every day. During that time, when I teach Bible, what an opportunity. I teach English, I teach reading, I teach writing, I teach history, I teach geography, I teach morals, I teach it all in there, everything you've been talking about. Patriotism, how to act in public, everything's right there. Right in this book, right in this reference book that you can carry around with you. It's all there, and it's all true. What we've been working on right now in our class is what is truth? And asking a 7th grader what is truth, and you bring in some newspapers, and you ask them, what do you see on TV? What's truth? What is truth? Real interesting discussions with 7th graders. Where do we find the truth? Do we find it in the news? Do we find it through briefers? Who's telling us the truth? 9/11, do we know why it happened? Do those kids know why we went to war for 20 years and maimed and ruined about 4,000 or 5,000 Americans? Do we know that? Do we know what happened in Benghazi? Why did we have that? Do we know why COVID happened? Do we know why everything happened? Is that the truth? Do we know? Do these kids know? No. That's what they need to learn, is the truth. And the truth, Thomas Aquinas said, without truth you can't have freedom. Without truth you can't have freedom. Right now, the governor of New Mexico said that the Constitution isn't, it doesn't stand alone. She said even her oath is not an absolute. When our government doesn't think an oath is an absolute, or our Constitution isn't an absolute, our schools don't teach absolute. The Constitution is absolute, just like this book right here. It's absolute. It's true. There's not a false saying in it. If we want to teach our kids manners, teach them the Bible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead with your next. Okay, yes.
First of all, I want to say thank you for letting me speak. I was running a little late, a little car accident. But anyway, I'm not going to pinpoint one individual. I'm not going to threaten or nothing like that. But I need for y'all to really think about these bus drivers. I know we having a problem. I mean, some students now, we got a lot of students that don't have a bus still. And here we are already in like the 4th week. Somebody standing up here talking, sounds good. But when you go and actually talk to the parents and go talk to the bus drivers, it ain't all that good. You got some bus drivers have drove routes, and I'm not calling no names, 3 routes, made sure every student was on time to school. Every student. Now, they took some of those bus drivers' routes from them. Y'all remember, we lacking bus drivers. So now we might lose more bus drivers because they took what little wages they had extra away. You got bus drivers that's driving for one school, want to leave the bus at that school to go drive all the way on the other side of town to work in the cafeteria. Does that make sense, y'all? Let them drive the bus where they work at. The bus will stay at the premises and the people be there on time. You got the SORs. They still wearing the same uniforms that they was hired in. Got holes in them. How many of y'all's got holes in y'all's clothes coming to work? How many? But you got, think about this. The SORs hasn't got their raise that they was promised. The funds is there. I'm not here pushing buttons or whatever, and I'm not accusing nobody. But the ones that's there to protect our children is getting at the bottom of the hill. The ones is get there to get the children to the schoolhouse for the teachers to teach is getting knocked to the bottom of the hill. Y'all need to think about these bus drivers and quit taking their money away from them. If you would let those bus drivers, Miss Purvis, talk to you, they could take a bus, and I've seen it done. They could take a bus and split that bus up between those between those 3 buses, and they'd get them there on time. You got one bus driver's got 20 students and cannot get them to school on time. Why would you have a bus driver driving 20 students when you got 3 buses coming by there going to the same place? You need to talk to the bus driver. Sit down. Don't say, here's your bus routes, and then walk out. Talk to the bus drivers. They can really help you. I'm serious. I've seen them do it for years. Split one bus up into 3 buses and every children would be on time. Serious. And y'all need to talk about these SORs. Don't keep putting them at the bottom of the pole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that does conclude our public address. Unfortunately, Mr. Holmes had a matter he had to attend to, so he had to leave us. We hope everything is okay with Mr. Holmes. Now, next item is, okay, yes, we now have item A7A, Roman numeral 7A, which is the second reading of the new and revised policies, which we went over at our work session. Yes.
Before we start, Mr. Chair, I have a question on the process. There's a lot of policies that we're considering today, and I'm hoping we're not going to do a straight up and down vote on them en masse. Are we going to vote on each one individually, or how is this? Because, some of them I'm quite sure some board members support some, and the same board member may oppose others. So what's the procedures?
Well, to answer your point of information, we went over them in the work session, and I had intended to call them up en masse. But if there is a particular policy that you disagree with, you may always move to amend. By the way, as chairman of the policy committee, I hereby bring forward these new policies on behalf of the committee. This does not require a second. So with that answer to the point of information, did you, Dr. Locklear, did you have a person who you want to present these policies?
Well, I'm sorry, that didn't answer my question. Let me be more clear. So I watched the work session, but the question is, so you're going to have the board vote yes on all the policies? So we're going to vote yes for every single change, modification, or no against every single modification?
Well, the way it works is that if you have a modification of any of the policies, a motion has been made. You may move to amend the motion. And if it carries a second, we will vote on the amendment. And when we are finished, however long it takes, we will then vote on we will then call the question of the final policy. So if you have amendments to any of them, bring them up, and we will discuss them and vote on them.
So this is going to be similar to an omnibus legislation where it's going to pass all or nothing?
Okay, I believe I've answered your question now twice.
I don't understand, Mr. Levy. That's why I'm asking. So this is
okay. Let me explain it a third time. A motion has been made by the committee. Okay, it does not require a second. The committee is moving to pass on second reading the policies as amended, the amended policies. To the extent you wish to amend any policy which appears there, you have the right to bring up an amendment. If it gets a second, we will vote on the amendment, and then at the end of any amendments, we will then vote on the entirety of the policies as amended should the amendments be successful.
So by virtue of the title, second reading, does that mean we're going to read each one of them or at least read the changes?
Okay. Second reading is a phrase in parliamentary procedure, which simply, a better term is presentation. So this was presented once at the work session, which unfortunately you did not attend, and then it is presented a second time at this meeting. So that is what a reading is. It is not, in fact, read. Okay? So let us go forward. A motion is made. A motion is on the floor. Dr. Locklear, did your
Mr. Chair,
assistant? Yes.
Can we ask the board attorney if he agrees that that's what a second reading is? I just want to make sure. I have very specific comments on several of these policies. Ms. Bruno's nodding her head, so I assume she does. So I think the public deserves a discussion of policies that are going to affect their students. And it sounds to me like we're going to just kind of gloss over this and vote yes or no. You did say however long it takes, but is a reading...
That is... the only thing that I will say is, Council, I assume that this is proper parliamentary procedures I've outlined?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So it
I'm
is
sorry,
proper
the attorney
parliamentary...
wasn't finished. He said yes, but...
I was just going to support what Mr. Levy said, that second read is a term of art that's used here. It means that they've already been considered once and they're being considered by the board again here.
Okay, so at this point in time, Dr. Locklear, do you have something to add from your administration?
Nothing other than, as discussed at work session, Dr. Patterson reviewed the link on the executive summary list each policy, where those revisions were coming from, and if there's additional revisions that came from the policy committee. The new revised policy link there, Charlie, you can open that up. And it goes through each policy and where those revisions are coming, many directly from the North Carolina School Board Association recommended revisions. As noted at the work session, I did not recommend the change to the dress code policy, which is the second rules of conduct, Rule 1.2 dress code, due to what I expressed at the work session, that our policy already allows for hats that are disruptive, or head coverings that are disruptive, to be allowed, to be addressed, rather. The fact that it had not been, I have not observed, and it has not been expressed to me from my team, that that's become a pervasive problem for us, and that wearing a hat to school has somewhat become just like putting on a t-shirt for some kids and adults today. It's just what we wear. Certainly different when I grew up, but certainly different today. So that's why I was not recommending that change. We discussed that at work session, but other than that, Mr. Levy, staff has nothing else to present unless you have questions, or the board has questions on how this information is put together.
Okay. So, by the way, just to state, we gave the rationale for the policy on the dress code, and that rationale was that we want the faces of the students to be visible at all times. It's a matter of discipline. It's also a matter of good manners in a courtroom, in a schoolhouse, to take your hats off in the house, as well as the sunglasses provision of that. We don't have sunglasses in the house. But other than that, is there discussion on any of the new policies?
Yeah, what I was going to just say is when I was looking them over again over the weekend, some of them are basically aligning with the North Carolina standard policies that they have, correct?
That's correct. And most of them are essentially dictated by the State School Boards Association.
Thank you.
Which tells us about the new laws, and we revise our policy consistent with that. Although we do look at our policies, we don't just blindly rubber stamp the State School Boards Association.
Correct. And so in height of what Mr. Hensley was saying, if we were to vote for all of them, I would be against the first two because I agree with Dr. Locklear on policy 6401, and I had some concerns with the policy 5525 as well. So
5525 is what?
Yeah, policy 1 and 2 would be my no's. So I don't know if we're agreeing on all of them or not, but I would be my vote would be a no for all of them then if we were to vote for all of them. Does that make sense?
Let me make it
Unless
easier.
you pull those out.
You can make a motion to amend. Okay. And for instance, you could say, I move to amend to delete 64, I believe it's 6401 and 5525. And then we would vote on that. Or you may wish to make it singly as to each one of them or both of them at the same time. If that garners a second, then we will discuss those policies and vote on them as to whether to take them out of this or to leave them in.
Okay. So the first one then I guess I would say was I would like to do it separately. So I would vote to amend policy 6401, rules of conduct, to I guess get rid of that.
To vote on it separately?
Yes, thank you.
You would request a motion to amend
Thank
the
you,
agenda to vote
lawyer.
on policy 6401.
Well, actually, I don't think so. Let me see if this is correct. No, what she's asking is to amend the policies. Well, no, he's
He
actually
wants to
said
vote on
something else.
6401 separately rather than in the block vote,
Yes.
correct?
I want to vote on them separately, too.
No, but counsel, let me explain. Okay, what I've asked to do is to amend the policies, not to vote on them separately, but it's just a different form
I
of
think
doing
Ms.
it.
Caldwell wants to vote on this policy separately. That's
Okay.
my understanding of what her motion is, and I just wanted to clarify it for the record.
That's correct.
That her motion
I
would
second
be-
it.
Okay.
Okay, so then we need two motions. One, which would be to vote on 6401 separately, and secondly, as to whether that will pass.
Well,
Okay?
so can we have a discussion on voting on it separately? There's been a motion made and I seconded it.
No, that's fine.
So that's the current motion on the
keep
floor
it
right now.
Germane, keep it germane.
To the process.
To whether we should vote on this particular policy separately.
So I seconded Ms. Caldwell's motion because I think that we should vote, I think that any board member should be able to single out any policy and call for it to be voted separately, because like I said earlier when I was trying to get a point of information from the chair, is I may be in wild support of half the policies, but then there may be one that I vehemently oppose for very good reasons. So I think it should be the right of any board member to single out any of these policies and vote for them, discuss, debate them individually, and have a straight up and down vote. Because otherwise, it's all lumped together. If I could use an analogy, my analogy is it's like an omnibus bill that when they do it at the state level and the federal level, we all complain about it. You're going to vote for the whole thing, or you're not going to vote for anything, or you have no individual votes. And just like when things go to Congress, we want individual clean bills. That's what Ms. Caldwell and I are asking for on this. In fact, I modify Ms. Caldwell's motion that we vote on all of these individually. We discuss and debate each of them individually. Many of them will be non-controversial, but for those that, whether it's myself or Ms. Bruner or anyone feels passionately about that we shouldn't pass, then we deserve an up and down clean vote on that, and the public needs to know where each one of us stands by recorded vote on that policy.
Okay. Actually, we agree. It was a matter of process. What I said was that you amend the policies, okay? That only takes one motion to amend it, okay? Now you need two motions. I don't care. It doesn't matter. You're doing the same thing, okay? Now you need two motions. One to do it, one for each policy, to do the policy separately, and then discuss amendments to the motion. I believe what this does is it takes up much more time. And respectfully, I disagree with counsel, but it doesn't matter. We're doing the same thing. It just takes two motions.
Mr. Chair, they're not the same. What you're saying is we have, how many policies are here? 12, whatever. There's, say, 15 policies. What you're saying is we go in and we modify it, we discuss, but at the end of the day, there's one vote for all 15 policies. You either vote yes, I want all 15 policies, or no, I'm voting against it because I oppose policy 4. And that is my analogy, is that's just like an omnibus bill. That's just like, I'm voting for the budget, but they put in casinos in there, is a great analogy. And that's what people hate about politics. And that's what you're advocating. Separate from that is if we vote on each one of these separately, okay, policy 5525, I make a motion that it pass. Okay, is there any discussion? Then Ms. Caldwell can say what she thinks, Mr. Benway can say what she thinks, and then, it passes 6-1, or it gets defeated 4-3. But there should be an up and down vote on each policy rather than a big omnibus vote for all the policy, because I'm not going to vote for it because there's one or two that I vehemently agree on. And there is no way that 7 people could say they agree with every single change on every single policy. You're asking everybody to compromise their deeply held beliefs on one or more policy by making it an all or nothing vote. It's procedurally what people hate about politics. The analogy of an omnibus bill is 100% correct.
Well, if we wish to make 2 motions for every policy, that's fine. But let me ask Ms. Caldwell. Ms. Caldwell, will you amend your motion to move what is known as ad seriatim, to vote for all policies ad seriatim,
I don't know what that
which
means.
means one vote at a time. That way we don't have to make two motions on each policy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I would, that would be fine.
Okay.
One vote for each one.
Okay. So that is the motion. The motion is that we vote on these policies ad seriatim, which means one policy at a time. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So is there further discussion on whether to vote for these policies ad seriatim? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of such a move, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? So we will go through this ad seriatim. Okay. So let's first of all take a look at 5525, which is the reading requirements for promotions. The changes, by the way, I believe, Council, we're only dealing with the changes on these, not the policies themselves.
Yes.
Okay, because the policies themselves are already passed. So is there discussion on that policy? Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to say, I just didn't agree with the policy to begin with, so I have to just stick to my truth and vote against it because I didn't agree with it to begin with. So this is why I would vote against it.
All right. So any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Hanson.
I have a question for Dr. Patterson, right? So first of all, this new format that you pointed out in the work session is awesome. It's much easier to understand. I do have a question, though. If I understand it correct, just so I understand the model policy, yellow highlights are, no, I'm sorry, red. If it's red only, that's recommended changes from the State School Board Association model policy.
For this particular policy, it's recommended by the district.
Okay, so that was my question. So I thought if it's yellow highlighted, it's recommended by the local district. If it's not highlighted red, then it's a model policy.
Anything highlighted in yellow is the policy committee recommended.
Okay, so how do we distinguish between something that is locally recommended and something that is part of the model policy? That's my question. I didn't hear that explained in the work session.
If you look at
I'm talking in general in all the policies, not just this one. So it's not consistent throughout.
It pretty much is, except for policy 1, which is a district level policy.
Okay.
And some of the district staff made recommendations.
The reason I ask is I had trouble understanding which were model policies and which were at the local level, because local ones, I just have a different area of concern, level of concern concerning legal review.
So 1 and 2 is adding the head dressings, but 1 and 2 is local.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Hensley, just for further clarification, if you look at the table of contents, there's a little line underneath each policy. It says if it was recommended by the policy committee and the North Carolina school boards, so there's just a little statement there that I think helps a little bit with that.
Right, and that was my confusion is, did yellow highlight indicate throughout the entire document whether or not it was local policy recommendations?
Coming from the policy committee, yes, sir.
Right, so yellow highlight means it's local.
Yes, sir, from the policy committee. If it's been
And if it's just red, then it's model policy from the State School Board Association.
Either model policy with the exception of number 1 and 2, which came from staff, came from the district. Yeah.
Okay.
Or actually, number 2 is all the committee. It was revised based on committee. Yeah, from the local.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on what we're discussing are the amendments to 5525.
Yeah.
5525, I remind you, is already in policy.
Yeah, so here's my discussion, having clarified the notation. I was initially for the book report, or as the chair likes to call it, the reading program, but I'm going to vote against it, and I'll tell you why. When I was for it, I was for it for two reasons. One is, well, you should read books and do book reports. Secondly, I was interested in ensuring that our students could print and write cursive. And then subsequent to our discussion debate on this, I learned that that's a state requirement. Cursive writing is a state requirement that it be taught and proficient. All our students had to be proficient in it. So once I learned that, half the reason why I was for a written book report went away, because I realized that was already covered and the students had to demonstrate proficiency. Secondly, I am certainly not afraid to go out on my own and with my own opinion and ideas, but there's also times where you have to trust the experts. And I have not heard a single academic expert, whether it's an administrator or a teacher, be in favor of this. So in my discovery, I have found that both administrators and teachers are, I can't say universally, but overwhelmingly against this. So I'm going to vote no against that. And for all the people on the board who say, I talk to teachers, I get their opinion, I'd like to hear what the teachers said on their opinion on this when you talk to them, because you can't cite, I talk to teachers in some cases and then just kind of like not mention it at other times, because that's intellectually dishonest. So that's why I'm changing my support, previous support for this, to against it.
Yes, please.
Put your mic on.
Okay.
There you go.
I did vote against this initially because I did listen to what the teachers and what Ms. Gephardt was telling us, that they're the experts, and it wasn't necessary because we already use it. But this evening, we're not voting on whether or not to have this policy because it was voted for and it was already passed. What we're doing is we're making adjustments to it where that the handwriting is only required, I believe, up until eighth grade. Yeah, eighth grade. So our second graders through our eighth graders will be required to handwrite. And then our ninth and 10th graders, I do have a question about that. It only says 9th and 10th. I'm assuming that 11th and 12th graders also.
It stops at English too. for English
Thank
school.
you.
Yes.
I've been wondering about that. So, unfortunately, I don't mean unfortunately, because I know that it's dear to to Mr. Locklear, and it will be a good thing, but the policy has already passed. We're only making changes that are highlighted and in the red, just to clarify that.
Okay. Others discussing the matter. Let me say that, first of all, I believe it seems to me that Mr. Hensley actually voted against the matter when it was first came before the board. I could be wrong about that. The bottom line is that reading 4 books a year, and actually 2 books in the 10th and in the 9th and 10th grade, because their English 2 is only 1 semester, is to me extremely important. Our iReady talks in segments. It lets us know whether whether the student can do decoding or can't do decoding, whether the student can do comprehension or can't do comprehension. So it looks at passages and segments of passages to test that. But it's like studying flour and studying eggs and never tasting the cake. The cake is the deliciousness of the book itself. And to me, I guess I just don't know what is so difficult about students reading 4 books a year. And you're right, I don't like calling it a book report policy because it's not. It is a reading policy. And I have talked to teachers, and a lot of the teachers like it that I've talked to. Some don't, some question it, but I believe it is a good policy because we're teaching students to read books, to read physical books, because the book has to be a physical book. And it's in part to get the kids off of some screen time, because we're doing so much on screen. It is essential to learning how to do things off screen. I believe that this policy is extremely essential, and Ms. Davis is correct. We are not voting on the policy itself. We are only voting on, this is very important, we are only voting on the amendments to the policy. And the amendments to the policy actually came originally from staff, because they looked at the policy and they asked us to make certain changes, such as to allow not handwriting but computer use for these book reports in the 9th and 10th grade. And the committee actually agreed with that. So all of these changes here are not so much changes from the committee, but they are changes from the administration. So I think it's essential, since we're going to go through with the policy anyway, to vote yes on the changes, because the changes, the policy is here, the changes are the staff, and it's their recommendation. So I think that's crucial for us to know that. So with that, is there any further discussion? Seeing no further, yes, ma'am.
I just want to talk about the handwritten part of it, because I see my own grandchildren. Yes, they were taught cursive writing. Yes, they had to pass tests doing it. And then as soon as that was over, they're right back to printing again. And so I see it with my own family. So that's kind of why I really like the handwritten.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
I just have one additional comment, and I wish I would have thought about this in the original debate about this, but the chair asked the rhetorical question. I don't know what's so difficult about writing 4 book reports a year. That's a good slogan to rally around, but I can answer that question. Assuming that our teachers are overworked and can't keep up with their workload, assuming a class size of 30, and assuming it takes 15 minutes to read and grade a book report, that's an additional 30 hours of that teacher's time grading and book reports. And so it's easy to say, gosh, what's so difficult about doing 4 book reports a year? It's like saying this tax increase is only a nickel a day. Well, it's all cumulative. And again, Mr. Levy, you're absolutely right. This policy's already passed. But my question is, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this back when we were debating it, where are teachers going to find 30 hours a year in their workload to grade these book reports?
Well, first of all, I've let the discussion go forward. The discussion itself is not germane, because we are not really voting as to whether to have the policy. We're voting to whether to amend the policy pursuant to the recommendations of staff. So I'm sure that I could say things like that this is so essential for students to read books that students don't pick up books, that children, that this is aimed specifically at our challenged students who would never pick up a book, that might just look at segments all the time on iReady. But I would say that my discussion is not germane either. So I would urge everyone to vote for this, not because you believe in the book report policy, so-called book report policy. I call it the reading policy, which it is, but because you believe that the best way to implement it is for the staff to implement the staff's recommendation for the amendments. Because if you vote no, then we've got, if you don't like the policy, you not only don't like the policy, but the staff is going to have to implement the policy the old way, which is not what they want to do. So, just a thought. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Let me just add one thing and not belabor this anymore. I think one of the greatest benefits of this policy is that the parent receives and has in hand 4 times a year a demonstration of what their students, their children have learned. They don't get that now. So I think this has great benefit to the entire process, especially at parent level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no further discussion, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of...
We need a motion to approve the policy as amended. There hasn't been a motion made yet to approve the policy. We're treating them individually, but there has not been a motion made on this individual policy, so you would need a motion to approve the policy as amended.
I make a motion to approve the policy as amended.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay. All those in favor raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all opposed? 1, 2. Okay, the amendments to the policy is amended, passes. Okay, 6401, rules of conduct. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion? Okay, we did discuss it for a long time at our work session. Let me say one thing. I hope that we do pass this policy. I think it's extremely important to make sure that our students are dressed for school and that their full faces are visible to everyone for the sake of discipline. So, with that, we'll move to a vote. All those...
We still need the motion.
Oh.
Okay.
We need to make a motion for each one of these since we're treating them individually.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I make a motion to approve policy 6401H, rules of conduct, rule 1.2, as amended.
Okay. Yes.
I'll
is there a
second.
There's a second by Ms. Pruna. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any opposed? 1. The motion passes 5 to 1. Okay. 5415. Do I hear a motion to approve the due process?
So moved.
Okay, so there is such a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we'll give it to Mr. Bedway this time. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Policy passes. Student wellness, 6140. Is there a motion to pass this as amended?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Yes.
discussion item.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can we pull the policy up, please, on the monitor?
By the way, I may have said 6401. That is 6140. Let me just make sure that I said that correctly. And it is also amending the number on the motion as well, on the policy as well.
And I'm sorry, I just got to find my spot here. there is an issue here. Let me just see if I can do a search. I apologize.
As you're looking for that, the red, just so the public knows, the red is, can you just state that for them again? The red is what?
North Carolina School Boards Association.
What the School Board Association, thank you.
Okay, so page 2, if the page numbers, and, no, it's a different page number. Keep going, please. Let's see, let me find the paragraph. It is paragraph B, and a bunch of bullets. Keep going down, please. Keep going, keep going. Wait, hold on, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, so right here, and if you scroll down, so you got this whole process here. No, I'm sorry. Go back up to the highlighted yellow section right there. Okay, so you got this whole section here that says, that goes down, and then it says, schools will provide, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 bullets down from that. Yeah, it's right there at the bottom. Schools will provide annual fitness testing for all students and provide confidential reports to parents. So that's in red, which means it's new. So I assume there's some level of effort to do this. Once again, it goes to instructor time. And do we have the money and do we have the resources to do annual fitness testing? And there's other things in here, right? There's a whole bunch of tasks in here to the schools for physical education teachers where they're going to do these evaluations. It's an unfunded mandate. So my question to the superintendent is, do we have the personnel and do we have the money to actually execute this policy that the State School Board Association is recommending, by the way? I don't know if this policy is based upon a new general statute, a new federal law. So I have a compound question on these unfunded mandates. Are these required by either state or federal law? That's my first question. And my second question is whether or not they're mandated by law. Dr. Locklear, do we have the resources and money to do these unfunded mandates?
I'll let Dr. Metcalf respond, but in general, we already are doing some of these things in our classrooms, but I'll let Dr. Metcalf respond.
That's part of the PE curriculum. And it's one of the standards. We do a physical fitness test for every student in PE classes. That's basically the mile run. The students run the mile, and they run it again to try to assess against themselves. So that's the main part of that fitness test, but it's part of the curriculum. It's one of the standards we've been.
And what grades do we do that in?
We do that in, Donna, what's that? Yeah, middle school. We've been doing it in middle school. Yep.
This says all students. I don't recall my high school student.
All students would have done it as a middle school student.
That's not what, okay, but the policy says all students. So are we prepared to do this grades K through 12?
We do not do it at the high school. Not all, the students do take physical education in the high school, but not all 4 years.
Right, so this says you can read it yourself. Schools will provide annual fitness testing for all students. That would be K through 12, and provide confidential reports directly to the parents. So what's the mechanism? So we give reports directly to the parents?
We provide to the parents. It's a part of their grading system.
Yeah, I'm just concerned we're passing a policy that we don't have the resources to follow, that A, we're not following, and B, once we pass the policy, we don't have the resources to do it. Are we going to have our high school seniors outrun a 1 mile fun run?
We do not currently do that.
Good thing, have those defib machines out there.
Okay. Further comments?
Well, do we just need to take the word all out and insert middle school? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know, but there's other examples in this policy of what I consider an unfunded mandate. This is just the one that I picked out. I just wasn't unsure what the process was going to be.
I wish we would have talked about this in the work session but I have a partial solution. Which grades do we do it in?
Middle school.
Middle school. Is it acceptable to the administration to say all middle school students?
I would say that's consistent with what we currently do.
Did the administration want to do it for all students, K through 12?
It is a part of the curriculum at middle school.
This is coming from the North Carolina State School Board, the school board's policy suggested positive revision, and quite frankly, this is something that we didn't come up in work session, we didn't discuss it at our committee, but it's a great question, great observation. I would say that recommendation is certainly one that I would be comfortable with the superintendent for grades 6 through 8. That we provide those confidential reports and do the fitness testing for our students.
So do I hear a motion to amend the policy to insert middle school students instead of all students?
I'll make that.
Okay, motion by Mr. Hensley. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Ms. Bruno. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. Am I on? If this came directly from the state, is it verbatim from the state? Or do you know, happen to know off the top of your head?
From the North Carolina School Boards Association recommendation,
Thank you.
policy revisions, and I believe it's driven from state board policy that we've been working on revising this policy for a while. So it's something that we've been needing to revise based on state board policy, I believe. I'm not misspeaking there.
Do we need to be concerned about violating anything? I understand that it is 6th through 8th grade, and that's typically how it all works, but since the state has worded it that way, do we need to, is there any legal, does council feel like we're okay with that? I mean, I'm for it, as long as it's the correct move.
I can't speak to that since it wasn't brought up until now. I don't have enough knowledge to speak on it. If the board would like to hold off on this amendment, we can look into it and let you know how to adjust the language.
Okay.
What do we?
That would be, to the extent that you wanted to do that, that would be a motion to table. So if you wish to table the policy, we will then get a report probably from council. Is there anything which is an emergency on this policy?
We do want to implement it. There was a need from our student health advisory committee that we have this policy in place. That is required from the state school boards. What I would say another option would be to approve it as amended. And to get further research into it, if we need to come back to it, we can. It's a simple policy revision we could bring to committee.
That's what I was going to say. Yes, sir.
Really, the vice chair's question is the mandate based to do it K through at all grades mandated by state or federal law? I
do not believe it is. I'm not our school board attorney.
Right,
but from my perspective as superintendent, I do not believe it is.
There's one other issue with this, and I'm sorry, I actually have notes on this. I just found it. If you go back to page 1, there's one other issue on this that's actually very important. It's in paragraph E, which kind of doesn't. It's in paragraph E that says page 1. Oh, no, it's in paragraph E. Scroll down. E6. So I have long been a critic of using food as a reward to reinforce positive behavior. When I go to the school, the MTSS, the reward is food. What you're doing is you're associating, oh, I get a reward, I get a high, and the food is like just junk. I mean, it's carb-ridden, it's just crap. And right there, number 6, food will not be used in the schools as reward or punishment. So what's interesting is apparently it used to say, our policy all along has been food will not be used as reward or punishment, right? And we're just modifying it. How do we reconcile that against MTSS where we use food as a reward? So we've been violating, if number 6 has been our policy all along, food should not be used in schools, should not be used as reward or punishment. We've been using food as reward for MTSS. Every time I go to a school, oh, here's your candy bar for behaving. So this prohibits using food as a reward. So we cannot use food as a reward for our MTSS program.
Let me point out that we're only voting on the amendments, not the policy itself.
Right, I understand, Mr. Levy, but the point is, when I read this, I was like, wait a minute, that is using food in the MTSS program, which I see commonly throughout all the schools, is prohibited by our own policy, so I would like that to stop.
Okay, all right, but that's not germane to, I mean, it's existing policy, and you're suggesting to Dr. Locklear that we follow our own policy, which I understand.
Right.
But let's talk about what we're going to do with this policy. I believe, counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, there is an amendment on the floor?
Yes, we have an amendment to change the word all to grades 6 through 8, and that's currently the motion on the floor.
Right. So is there further discussion germane to this change? Okay. Hearing no discussion, first we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favor on the amendment, amendment to the policy amendments, I guess it is, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries. So we're now back discussing the policy itself as amended. Is there further discussion on the policy as amended?
Well, what are we going to do about number 6? Because Mr. Hensley is exactly right.
Well, the policy number 6, it is our policy. The only thing that we're voting on is getting rid of the word should to will. And I guess it's answering Mr. Hensley's question.
We're making it stronger.
And we're making, in other words,
Right.
Mr. Hensley said, we should never use food as a reward or a punishment.
Right.
I guess under the old policy, we could actually do that. Now under this policy, actually we can't. So it kind of answers Mr. Hensley's question. So it makes it stronger, and so it simply will not be used. Okay? So can't say, here's a candy bar for doing good, I guess, or whatever it is. So is there further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the policy as amended, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is school volunteers, 5015, or actually, yes, the new number, 5015. Is there a motion to approve those policy amendments?
So moved.
There is a motion by Ms. Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. Any discussion? All those in favor of I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Okay. Number 3,000, new number 3,000, goals and objectives of the educational program. Is there a motion to approve policy 3,000?
So moved.
Okay, motion by our vice chair, Ms. Davis. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Bruno. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, 3530, citizenship and character education. Let me just ask Mr. Hensley, are there any changes, or is there any changes by anyone on the remainder of the policies? Perhaps we ought to take the changes first and then do the rest of them as a group. Do you have other policy changes, Mr. Hensley?
I have issues. I would like to discuss number 7 and number 12.
Okay, so I'm going to skip, reminding me that I have skipped policies 5 and 6. With everyone's permission, I will go to number 7. Okay, and then we will take the policies. When we finish with any amendments, we'll take the policies as a group, which were left. Maybe that's a faster way of doing things.
We should be on number 7 right now.
Right, Actually, we hadn't done
We did.
5 and 6.
We just voted
We
on
voted for
6.
5 and 6.
We did vote on
Yes,
5
sir.
and 6. Okay, so we are on number 7.
Yes, sir.
It's much less confusing if we just go through them in order. If there's no
Okay,
discussion,
all right.
they pass
We'll do it that
quickly.
way. All right, is there a motion to approve 3530, citizenship and character? Okay, motion by our vice chair. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Bruno. Okay, next discussion. Mr. Hensley.
If we could go to paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, where it talks about November is Veterans History Awareness Month. So that I assume is coming from a model policy. Since it's not highlighted in yellow, that's a model policy.
From the School Board Association.
So that must be, does anyone know what they mean by, I'm a veteran, I don't know what they mean by Veteran History Awareness Month. Does anyone know what Veteran History Awareness Month is?
I'm assuming they're talking about like 9/11, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I think go ahead, Mr. Benway. I'm going to bet that you're talking about November.
Yeah, the county
November, yes.
the county for several years, in fact, had a very similar sounding type of a designation for the month of November. So that sounds exactly like they've had in previous years.
So setting aside the confusion that I don't even know what Veterans History Awareness, I mean, we're going to do Dave Hensley History Awareness Month, Lieutenant Colonel Benway History, I mean, I don't know what it means, but let's set that aside for a minute. This is identity politics. As everyone knows, I am against any awareness month. We have Black History Month, we have Hispanic American Month, we have Month of the Military Child. November 13th through 19th is also Transgender Awareness Week. So how do we pick and choose what we recognize? And unfortunately, we recognize everything except education. We should have Physics Awareness Week. We should have Math Month. We should have Pi Day. We should have awarenesses about things that are not identity related. This is identity politics, whether you're for it or against it. You know, people for something, oh, that's not identity politics, but the minute you say, oh, well, that's Left-Handed American Month, everyone's, oh, that's identity politics. So I'm going to make a motion that we strike the month of November as Veterans History Month, because we should be having awareness months of academic related things, not things that pander to specific organizations or groups, whether you agree with them or not.
Okay, looking at this, the only thing that is amending it is Veterans History Awareness Month. So you don't have to make the motion, you simply vote against the changes.
Well, there's other changes I agree with.
Where?
Up above, there's
Up
changes
above.
on
Okay,
previous
all right.
months. So I make a motion to amend this to strike, and the month of November is Veterans History Awareness Month.
If I may, Mr. Hensley, under NC Gen Stat 115C 84.2B, which you'll see listed as the new statutory reference,
It's a state requirement.
it includes the month of November
Okay.
shall be designated as Veterans History Awareness Month.
Okay, thank you. That's why I asked for the clarification about highlighted and yellow and all.
And I guess I should mention, we had an attorney with us during the committee meeting and also during the work session that verified
Right.
the changes.
Okay, if it's required by law, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so that motion is withdrawn. Anything further? So, moving directly to a vote, all those in favor of the policy changes to item 7, which is 3530, which is citizenship and character education, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries? Okay. School calendar and time for learning, 3300. Is there a motion to to approve 3,300 as amended?
So moved.
Okay. Is there, by Ms. Caldwell, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Benway. Okay, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. 3540, Comprehensive Health Education Program. Is there a motion to approve item 9 of the policies?
So moved.
Okay, a motion by the vice chair.
I think Stacy got
Stacy got there first?
Stacy.
Okay.
It's fine.
Motion by Ms. Caldwell. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Second by the vice chair. Okay. Is there discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. 3100 curriculum, development. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, it is moved by the vice chair.
Second.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Caldwell. Okay, discussion. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. 5230, participation in research projects. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It is moved by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Extracurricular activities and student organizations, 3620. Is there such a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Caldwell. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I have a discussion on that.
Yes,
If we
sir.
could please bring that up. And if you could go to the bottom of page, I'm not sure what page, paragraph 3. Actually, I think it's B3. So the B3 is right at the very top. Yes, if you could have the student perform, okay, right there. No, I need to see, you need to make that smaller. Smaller. I need to see 3 and 4 at the same time. A little bit right there. Okay, if you look at 4, it says contests for students. If you look at all the above paragraphs, like paragraph 3, it says any student or group of students given a public performance in the name of any school, right? So it limits it to school performances. So paragraph 3 and all the paragraphs above it very specifically limit it to school activities. Paragraph 4 just says student participation in any contest shall require the prior approval of the principal. So if a student buys a lottery ticket, that has to get, if a student participates in a travel team, they have to get permission from the principal. That's the way that reads, but I don't think it's the intention of this policy that a student who participates, let's say, in a travel team or a Boy Scout competition has to get permission from the principal. So this needs to say something along the lines of student participation in a school-sponsored contest shall require, I guess, I don't know the intention of that, but right now it says it doesn't delineate inside or outside of school. Every other paragraph above it delineates, says in a school-sponsored activity. This one doesn't. So it's at best ambiguous, and I don't think people intended what that actually says.
May I make a recommendation to clarify that? I think you could use the same wording that's in number 3, the first paragraph. Any student or group of students giving a public performance in the name of any school, you could just insert that to participation in any contest in the name of any school shall require the prior approval of the principal.
Right, I think that's what that intends, but that's not.
I do believe that's the intent. We could add that same wording, and that could be.
I make a motion to insert the words in the name of any school after the word contest.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Dr. Locklear, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. I'd be comfortable with that. Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a motion to amend, to insert those words. Okay, is there discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The amendment carries. Now going back to the original policy. Is there any further discussion on the policy itself? Okay, hearing no further discussion. All those in favor of the policy as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Okay, now where are we? On number 13. Thank you. Grouping for instruction 3130. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion is moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Policy 5301 to strike 5301 class size. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's moved by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. You guys work as a good team.
Moving it
Is
along.
there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, let's move to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Okay, going to number 15, 3230 / 7330. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. Okay, is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Okay, is that, got it all?
Yes.
Okay, that has it all. So let me ask a question before we go to the next item on the agenda, which is Ready Teacher Toolbox for Schools. Does the board wish to take a break?
Yes.
Okay, I heard a yes from the vice chair, so I'll not contradict her. Let's take a 5-minute break. If we need more time, I don't know where the bathrooms are, but okay. We'll take a 5-minute break at this point. We're in recess.
Times I read that policy.
Okay, calling the board back into session from recess. Next item on the agenda is the iReady teacher toolbox for schools. I might also add at this point that online, if you want to take a look at our agenda online, for those who are watching this, especially on video, the online agenda has been amended to take care of all of those items which were taken off the consent agenda and placed onto the board action agenda, item Roman numeral 7. But with that, let's go back to the iReady teacher toolbox for schools. Yes, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Chair Levy. I'm going to turn it right over to Ms. Gephardt and Dr. Metcalf. Ms. Gephardt did a wonderful job of reviewing this resource that we're recommending this purchase as a district for our schools. And we're glad that we have the funds to do that this year out of Title IV. So, Donna, I'll let you give another brief overview, and I know there were some board members who may want to speak to this. So, Donna?
Thank you. We're very excited to be able to offer this resource. iReady has our diagnostic platform and has our MyPath, which is an electronic platform that differentiates for students. So if I'm a third grader and I am struggling with two-digit addition with regrouping, it gives me the practice on a second grade and a first grade skill that I need to work on in my MyPath. Well, in addition to MyPath, there is an entire set of tools that are printable materials that we can have, our teachers can utilize to ensure that we are differentiating and focusing on the on-grade level standard and the skills within that. But the iReady toolbox also allows me, if I need to give more practice to that student in third grade with first grade additional regrouping, I can go down and find that material in the teacher toolbox. So it helps our teachers with the intervention that you heard earlier by remediating for our kids, as well as provides our teacher what I call another set of tools in my toolbox that I'm going to pull out and work with students to give them different learning experiences that we are very excited this year to be able to purchase so that all schools will have the opportunity. We also have curriculum resources that are aligned to this teacher toolbox, which again is why it was so important when Lisa found the funding in Title IV that all of our schools would have this wonderful resource.
Okay, thank you. Is there a discussion? I believe, Ms. Bruno, you wanted to speak specifically to our reading program. And I said I would allow you to do that at this point in time. I just said that at the work session.
Am I on? Okay, in conjunction with what Donna was saying, I would just like to talk for a few minutes about, actually, I don't want to talk, I want to brag a lot about what Donna and what our teachers are doing. The first one, what she was talking about, is the magnetic reading, and this is for grades 3 through 5, and this is in conjunction with our iReady. And I have gone through it. I have read all the stories. I've read the lessons. I have even taken training with the teachers on this. And let me tell you, if we don't improve with this book, I just can't even imagine, because it's way down the basics. The stories are interesting, they're structured according to sequence, characters, inferences, vocabulary. It is just perfect for our children. And I even learned so much from the stories. I just thought it was great. I took notes so I don't forget. It's traditional teaching. It's terrific. I am so proud of this and just absolutely love it. And I want the public to know what a good thing this is for reading for our children. Everybody's just doing such a fantastic job. I really want to especially single out Rachel Barris and Brandy Allred. And they're the ones who gave the training when I took it. And Rachel is our specialist in English and language arts, and Brandy is a third grade teacher at McDeeds Creek. And if I had children in this school, I would want Brandy teaching them. She was absolutely phenomenal. Then we have our letters, and this is K through, is this K through 5? Yes. And I can't say enough about this either, because this introduces our children to all the vowels, the consonants, all the sounds, all the rules of how the English language is put together. And learning from this, a lot of people will tell you that the English language, oh, it's just this and that, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. But there's tremendous rhyme or reason to it. Over 50% of our words follow a rule. And then like about 38% follow a rule, but it's just with one little sound change. So this is what our teachers are doing in the classroom. They're teaching these rules. They're teaching all the sounds, how our mouth goes. I'm not explaining it as well as Donna can, but I just want the public to know how good this is, and with the interventions, we are really going to see great results. Everybody is working so hard on this. I'm just so proud. Let's see what else I wanted to say. Oh, I really want to thank Donna Gephardt. She's in charge of this. She is just running with it, and I'm super excited to steal your words. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was, let me see, I have another teacher. Oh, I want to thank Ashley Williams. She is a teacher at Farm Life. And when I was doing the letters training, I was very lucky to sit next to her. She was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. She helped me understand when I didn't understand anything, and she had such a way of presenting everything that whatever knowledge she has is really getting across to our students. So I want to thank our teachers, and I really want to thank you. Because we have an A-rated school, and we had several schools that are just points away from being an A-rated school, and this is going to push it right over the top. I am really, really proud to be sitting on this board with all you people. I just think you're awesome.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, and I think the board echoes your enthusiasm, probably not as well as you do, but I appreciate it. We appreciate it, and we all agree with you certainly on this. Okay, so is there a motion? Do I hear a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation on the iReady teacher toolbox for schools? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Okay, the vice chair makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Ms. Bruno.
All right, sorry.
I'll second. I was waiting for her.
Sometime we're always waiting. I just want to make sure I get those motions.
That was the motion.
Okay, is there further discussion? Yes, sir.
So I am a fan of iReady as well. I can't say I'm quite as enthusiastic as Pauline, but I'm not sure anyone is enthusiastic about it. We do have an exceptional reading program, and Pauline's right. We're going to see great results. I have zero doubt on that. I have a couple questions, though. So my first question is, are there any other iReady, is there like a super administrator's guide to iReady? Are there any other iReady surprise expenses, or have we got the whole program now?
We have the whole program with the magnetic reading until they come out with middle school magnetic reading, but that's 2 years away.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody's we all understand what we're signing up for. Okay, so two other questions. I know you mentioned that some of the schools were already paying for this out of their local funds, and the total's just shy of $140,000. Do you know the breakdown? How much additional new money are we kicking in? I did not hear that question asked in the work session.
So, Dr. Scott, we have a Title IV that's one of our title funding, and it is for instructional resources, and she had written that into our grant this year, that it would be to cover the expense of the iReady toolbox for all of our schools. So that was funding from the Title IV and the specific allocation for instructional resources.
Right, I understand that where the source came from. Actually, it was very confusing because in the work session, right here it says Title IV, but in the work session, you may have misspoke because you said ESSER funding. That's but anyway, that might have just been a misstatement. But my question was, how much, regardless of the source, how much additional money? Is it $100,000 additional, or is it $4,000? So you said, how many schools currently are buying it?
So currently, most of our K-8 schools are buying it, but maybe 5. So by having the discounted price of it pulling into us doing a universal purchase, it's saving our schools money in the long run.
Okay, so just to answer the question, an order of magnitude for the additional money, is it $80,000 or $100,000? Do you know?
I would have to go research that and go look back at all the previous orders.
Okay, and then the money came from a Title IV grant that we put in specifically for this.
Yes, sir.
And then you did mention in the work session that there won't be problem funding it in the out years. Is that grant going to continue?
We have our state allotment textbook funds.
Right.
So where you probably heard me say ESSER, right now Dr. Scott has written that into the remaining ESSER that will run out in 2024.
Okay.
So for the next year. And then after that, it will then go into our textbook allotment adoption, where we're able to continue this resource with our diagnostic assessment.
So that's what I'm getting at, because I'm always interested, as people can vouch in closed session, I'm always interested in the movement of money. So just a couple observations. One is, I thought we had already accounted for all of our ESSER funds, so somewhere some ESSER funds freed up of some magnitude. And secondly, I assume right now we're already spending our textbook allocation from the state on something.
We have been purchased, for example, our Big Idea Math program, this is the 5th year of the implementation with that. We've been paying for our math adoptions or our science adoptions or science materials. So yes, we have been spending some of those, but we've been very conscientious in ensuring that the resources we provide for our teachers are purposeful and then are utilized. We monitor the usage. So for example, Discovery Ed Textbook was a product that we had a 5-year contract with. We have really monitored and examined and evaluated that. We no longer will purchase that out of our district textbook money because we were not finding that our teachers were utilizing that resource.
Okay, so we're getting rid of something out of our textbook funding to pay for this in the out years.
Well, we will still have a math adoption that we're going to have to go through, but again, we get a certain amount from the state each year that we are able to purchase, and this would help us to continue to purchase iReady and the toolbox.
Yeah, I continue to be befuddled from a budgetary standpoint, how on one hand we plead poverty, we're living hand to mouth, we don't have money, but then all of a sudden when there's a shiny new object, whether it's a good or bad shiny new object, we seem to have money for that. I mean, last year we modernized most of our fleet with cash on hand that was just apparently sitting around. I mean, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on vehicles, spent money we didn't even know we had. So it just seems, and again, I fully support iReady. I'm looking at this from, where the money come from, what did we give up? I hear ESSER funds, but we spent years going over ESSER funds, making sure we spend every penny. Then all of a sudden, oh gosh, we got ESSER funds for this. Well, then apparently in the past we didn't account for all of our ESSER funds. And then the same thing with the with the book allotment, you know, I hear, well, gosh, we're giving something up. Well, no, we're not giving something up. So it just seems like on one hand we plead poverty, on the other hand we have money to do whatever initiative we want to do. Just a comment, no response necessary. That's really saying that for the edification of my fellow board members.
Is there further discussion?
Yeah, Donna, we have for letters, we have what you call consumables for, is it grade 3?
The magnetic reading
Oh, it's the
readers
magnetic.
are consumables. So 3, 4, and 5 are a consumable resource.
And we have it for 3, 4, and 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation regarding iReady teacher toolbox for schools, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next item is the North Carolina School Board Association conference for 2023. That is voting delegates. When is that conference, Dr. Locklear? Do we have the date on that?
November 13th through the 15th. It's kind of empty in here now. It sounds very loud. In Greensboro, North Carolina, I believe the board discussed 3 board members who were interested in the work session. I apologize, I don't recall exactly the 3, I believe. But this school district has the ability, based on the size of the school district, to send 4 delegates. The delegates would have to attend in person to be voting delegates. Ms. Parker, am I correct? Okay, thank you.
All right. So the question is, now I had volunteered to be a delegate, and who else did?
Shannon and I.
Shannon and you, so that's 3. Okay, is there a 4th person who wants to be a delegate? Mr. Hensley. Okay, so are there any other people who desire to do that? So there are 4 people, 4 delegates. Is there a motion to approve these 4 delegates to the conference? Is that,
yes.
Ms. Bruno makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. Any further discussions? Yes, sir.
I check my schedule. I'm available when my schedule changes, so subject to my schedule not changing, I would be more than happy to do this.
Okay.
So it's just subject to, my schedule not changing.
That's fine, because luckily, we only have 4 people who want to do it. So even if your schedule changes and you can't attend, that still wouldn't matter. But of course, we hope you are able to attend. Yes, sir.
The only issue with that is that she has to put up money to pay for you. So if that was the case, then I would hope someone else would take that place, because then we'd lose that money.
Okay, we could somehow have a vote, or even by telephone, to do something like that. And, if you decide you also don't want to do it, and we don't want to pay the money, then just tell Ms. Parker that she won't pay for that.
Is there a registration for the conference or just lodging?
Registration for the conference, lodging is optional.
Yeah, I won't need lodging.
Okay.
Okay.
We can go over it with Ms. Parker, but let's talk about the motion itself. I believe it was made and seconded. I don't think there's further discussion, is there? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So moving right along, item D, full mind virtual teachers. Dr. Locklear, do you want to explain a little bit about that?
Yes, sir, and Dr. Patterson's coming up as well. In our work session, I discussed and led off that this is probably not a recommendation I'd make 5 years ago, but based on our current staffing needs, needing to be creative, needing to think outside the box and how we're supporting situations where we have high needs. This specific recommendation is for full mind virtual teachers. This is a vendor or company that provides virtual teachers that are what we call synchronous instruction, which means they're live in the classroom. The reason we're recommending this vendor over others is the bullets that you see there on the executive summary. Again, the live instruction, they use our district's standards and curriculum. They participate in PD, they participate in staff meetings, professional learning team meetings, and they're also communicate with parents. Since we presented this last week, Dr. Patterson has worked with our attorneys, continued to negotiate the contract, and since these teachers won't be starting on day one, you'll see there's a bit of a reduced cost for the full-time teachers from what was last week, $154 to $138. And so, again, that's the cost for the contract. We also shared out the cost for the teacher assistants that would be in the classrooms during this synchronous instruction, because that is an additional cost with this strategy. And that would be for 2 teacher assistants. You can see a cost of $87,000. But these would be strong teacher assistants who could facilitate that instruction, manage student behavior, help answer questions, etc. And so again, the contract would be for $138,843, and that's what I am recommending that the board approve. This would be a pilot program at Cranes Creek Middle School for 2 math positions, and we would monitor the impact as we move through. And certainly Dr. Patterson and I are open to any questions. Stole your thunder, Dr. Patterson, sorry.
Dr. Locklear, just before we open that up, because I've gotten phone calls about this, and people saying, are you going back to virtual instruction? And people are freaking out because they don't want us to go to the COVID-type virtual instruction. Can you explain how this is not the same thing?
This is not the same thing. This would be our math students in the classroom. And Mike is getting up because he doesn't want me to mess it up the description. But this is students in the classroom that are going to be helped to be supervised and managed and facilitated by a strong teacher assistant, and they'll be getting live instruction from that virtual teacher. So this is not what we went through in COVID, where students sitting at home to getting remote instruction. These are students in our schools, in the classroom, getting this instruction. Mike, Pam, anything y'all want to add?
No, these virtual teachers will be part of the Cranes Creek staff. They'll go to Cranes Creek teacher meetings virtually. The students, as Dr. Locklear noted, will be in the classroom. They'll be piped in. We work with technology to make sure we've got good sound and systems that allow to help amplify and make this work as effectively as possible. We'll have strong teacher assistant in the classroom that will be supporting the students with their learning, with the teacher being piped in or virtually put in. And so they have support on site in the classroom, live instruction, synchronous, normal day. Very different from what we did during the COVID period.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation with regard to full-mind virtual teachers?
This should be passed pending legal review.
Pardon?
Mr. Chair, the motion should be to pass the contract pending legal review.
Okay, do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Ms. Caldwell. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, well, we'll give it to
Yeah, I'll hand
Mr.
it.
Medway this time.
Over
Okay.
here.
Is there discussion? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
So this is the first of 4 items, I think 4, that I asked to be removed from the consent agenda. And this is perhaps the most important thing that I asked to be removed from the consent agenda, because this sets this is far too important to bury in a consent agenda. And then everyone can say, oh no, I didn't vote for that, or whatever, because we need to discuss this and there needs to be hands going up. I have a handful of objections and observations on this, and then I'm not sure that we've done everything that we can to thank you for hitting cancel. I was concerned there that we would have a reboot, a Windows update in the middle of the thing. But anyway, and then I'm not sure we've done everything to alleviate the issue. So my first observation is Mr. Metcalf, Dr. Metcalf, in the work session kept saying pilot program. So I looked up the definition of pilot program. Which it's actually an unfortunate choice of words because it doesn't describe what's happening. It's, a pilot program's an activity planned in a test or trial. as a test or a trial. And I don't think that's what's happening here. I think we have an emergency situation where we don't have two math teachers at Cranes Creek. So I hope this is not a pilot program hoping to go virtual teachers. I hope this is something implemented to get us through an emergency situation, which is kind of how the discussion went, that, the contract's written so if we hire a teacher, then the virtual teachers go away. So that's my first observation. My second things, I'll just cover them in no particular order, was nobody asked the question during the work session, are these certified teachers? Nobody on this board asked this question, and nobody presented that, and that's an important fact. I went to their website, and they say they provide certified teachers. I assume these are North Carolina certified teachers. Yes. Okay. The second thing is, generally when the board's asked to approve something, and this was just discussed just now, it wasn't brought up in the work session. Generally when the board's asked to approve something, there's a copy of a contract or a draft contract. So the attorney said this is being passed via pending legal review. Well, you're asking the board to pass something and the contract doesn't even exist. I'm not comfortable voting for a contract that doesn't yet exist because I want to see the fine print. I don't know how other board members feel about that. Questions that I have, and I was very, very, very adamantly, we've got to protect our teachers, right? And when Moore County Schools first proposed back when the previous superintendent was here standing up the virtual academy, I asked, a couple questions, what's the business case, this and that, and ultimately I was for it because one of the questions I asked is, are we always going to use Moore County-based teachers for a virtual academy? And the answer is yes, we're always going to use certified Moore County teachers for our virtual academy. Well, and then I supported it. So fast forward now, and I assume these virtual teachers are not in Moore County.
No, unlikely that they'd be from Moore County. It's possible, but unlikely that that's.
But they're not. They don't even necessarily have to be certified in North Carolina, but they may not even live in North Carolina.
That's correct. That's true.
Okay, so once we start down the slippery slope, and our teacher on the school board should be very concerned about this. Once we start down a pilot program, emergency measure, I'm just kidding on that. I know that was just not a good choice. But once we start down the slippery slope of having virtual teachers, we could just outsource all of our teaching jobs to India. Because, there's a whole lot of people in India who will go through the North Carolina teacher certification process and work from India at very low wages as a virtual teacher. And I see this as an extraordinarily dangerous, slippery slope towards outsourcing teachers. The other thing that I would say, and I brought this up since this school board has been here, and that is, did we not learn anything from traveling nurses? Go ask the CEO and the COO and the CFO of First Health how they feel about hiring nurses that used to work for them, quit, went to work as a traveling nurse, and Moore County Regional Hospital hired them back as traveling nurses at twice the pay. Well, traveling nurses didn't start out at twice the pay. Traveling nurses started out as cheaper. And then once they got critical mass and they had the nurses figured out, wait a minute, I can quit, I can become a traveling nurse, and I could go to work for like the same hospital or one like down the street from it and make twice as much money. Those CEOs or those hospitals regretted ever embracing the idea of traveling nurses. So board members, this is a slippery slope. You start outsourcing our teachers to companies like this, and what are you guys going to do when our teachers start quitting and start being virtual teachers at another school district, say in Scotland County or in Raleigh, because they get more locality pay? This is a slippery slope, and I would caution each and every one of you all to think that through. So those are my observations and my objections. So have we done enough? Have we done enough? So the first question I would ask is, how many administrators do we have on staff? How many administrators do we have on staff that were math teachers or have a math teaching background? I understand that we're short 2 teachers in Cranes Creek, and I hope that's temporary. Under the new principals, I have no doubt, under the new principals' leadership, I have no doubt that we will fix the teacher shortage. We just saw earlier today, that our certified staff vacancies are down over the previous 3 years. I have no doubt this temporary issue will be fixed, but if we have an administrator or 2 who were math teachers, why don't we reassign those administrators to return to the classroom and teach math until we find a qualified math teacher? That's a solution. That's a creative solution. Doing this slippery slope of outsourcing teachers that's either going to end in the traveling nurse program or teachers getting outsourced to foreign countries, that's a very possible reality. So that's the first thing that we could try. The second thing is what about proficiency pay? It's my understanding, and we've discussed this a bit as a board, and by the way, we just lost somebody to a virtual position at another place. So it's not unprecedented. So, we learned that lesson earlier today about losing somebody to a virtual position. But it's my understanding that most of our teacher shortages are in the hard sciences and math. The reality is all degrees are not equal. In the business world, you could have a computer science degree, you could have an accounting degree, you could have a business degree, and you could have a arts and sciences degree. The computer scientist is going to make more than the person who got an arts and sciences degree. That's a reality. But for some reason in education, we don't do proficiency pay. If it's hard to recruit teachers in the hard sciences or computer science for whatever reason, it's a tougher curriculum, they make more on the outside, then what we need to do is we need to do proficiency pay for those positions that are tougher to fill. So I don't think that we've done enough as a board, and I don't think we've done enough as a school district. I think the stopgap is not doing this slippery slope of outsourcing our teachers. I think the first emergency gap is the superintendent looks out his administrators, and whoever has a math background, however they can do it, they do a lottery, low man on the totem pole, whatever, but those, just like a strike, those people are reassigned to teach math until we fill those positions. And then this chronic problem of recruiting math and science teachers, we as a board look at doing proficiency pay so that we recruit those tougher to fill positions through higher pay. So I'm voting against this.
Further discussion before I say something?
Dr. Lockwood, did you have something you wanted to say?
Okay.
I was just going to answer
Please.
just because he said me as being the teacher.
I do agree on one thing that you said is, as far as the pilot program, it is more to me in my head, and I'm sure Dr. Metcalf, you would agree with that too, is it's more of an emergency, being a creative plan that we have to do. We have to be innovative and creative right now because there are no teachers. I personally, and I know many parents, would rather have a teacher in place versus a substitute in place. A teacher knows the curriculum, they're certified, versus a substitute doesn't know the curriculum as well, unless it's a long-term substitute, then it would probably be better. I don't think this is going to take away any teaching positions. In fact, I believe that this is just going to be like a Band-Aid, putting something on a wound, so to speak, and till we find a permanent solution. I know, at one point we were going to be creative, and I think this is why we matched middle schools together, because I do believe that
Mr. Krasinski was gonna, and I call you Sean because I can never get your last name right, so I apologize. But I'll say Mr. K was going to do almost like a virtual teaching, having one of his math teachers teach Cranes Creek. So I think it's the same thing. We're just trying to get creative, and we're trying to get teachers into our classrooms. And I think this is just a solution. It's not going to replace anything. So I will be voting for this. It does have, maybe some mixed reviews, and I get that. I just think that, we need to help any child that we possibly can with a great education.
Okay. Further discussion? Yes, Ms. Bruno.
I'm really in the middle. David brought up so many things that I think are really, really something to think about. First of all, I think it is the beginning of going down a slippery rope, and I have personal experience with this. My daughter-in-law from Phoenix, Arizona is living with us now temporarily because she is a traveling X-ray technician. She's here working at the hospital. She is making 4 times the amount of money, plus they're paying for her rent, plus they pay for her food. And when others see the amount of money that she is making, I think that that's something really to look out for, because other people see what you're making, and I always thought that she would really be resented. So I understand exactly what David is saying, but I also understand what you're saying too, that this is a bandage. This is a really tough decision, but I like it. When the teacher is teaching, will the kids be able to ask questions back and forth?
Can you be audible because the people at home can't see you nodding your head?
Yeah, the answer to that, it's a two-way conversation.
It's a two-way conversation.
It's an absolute two-way conversation. They come in, there's multiple TVs in the room, soundboard. They've got the technology that allows to be able to see the whole room, to move with the student who's talking. So the teacher can look and see directly to the student who's talking.
Okay.
And so it's a two-way conversation between the teacher and the student.
So if we hire a math teacher tomorrow, could we cancel this contract?
Yes, that's a part of the contract.
Yes,
Talk about that.
with 30 days' notice. But we did discuss if there's another position, math position in the district, that teacher may move into that position if we have another vacancy.
What teacher? I don't.
The virtual.
Oh, the virtual one. Okay.
If we were to fill one of those positions tomorrow.
Right.
We actually have 3 right now at Cranes Creek.
Right, so to confirm, yes, if we will continue to post for the positions to try to get an in-person teaching and continue to recruit hard to do that. With this contract, we'd have, with 30-day notice, we could cancel the virtual teacher, but we have the ability to move them to another school if we have another opening where we need a spot there too. And so we could be very flexible with it if we were able to hire what we all want, which is the in-person teacher.
Okay, but we have no intention of extending this kind of teaching?
This is just 1 year.
I'm sorry?
This is just a 1-year contract.
Why, I thought you said we could end it.
We can, but right now it's a 1-year contract, and if we were to hire a teacher, it's in the contract that with a 30-day notice, we can.
Okay, I understand now.
We're
Thank you.
not committed beyond this year. We can always get out at any time within the year with a 30-day notice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further discussions?
Yes, I have a
Yes.
response to a couple of comments. The first thing is a response to Ms. Caldwell's comments about this won't take a teacher away from us. Well, that teacher came from somewhere. And when we hire 2 virtual teachers, those teachers probably quit another district. and then that district's going to hire virtual teachers, and then those 2 teachers have to come from somewhere. So, the law of conservation of teachers, teachers are neither created nor destroyed, they're just moved from virtual to physical, right? So those teachers did come from somewhere, and again, we lost someone to a virtual position just in closed session today. One question for you guys. The $43,500 for a teacher assistant, does that include the 28% overhead?
Mm-hmm. It does.
Okay. So those virtual teachers with a teacher assistant are costing us $112,500 a year, just FYI. So that's the total cost per teacher. My question for Dr. Locklear is, did we look at administrators to step up and fill the gap until we can hire a teacher? We have to have it. I mean, as many administrators as we have, there has to be a handful that have math backgrounds.
There are some of our administrators who have math background, but what you also have to consider when we do that is we're taking those administrators out of critical positions where they're supporting sometimes hundreds of teachers in their administration, in their classrooms, and hundreds of students, and so that's not something that I would recommend doing and would do as superintendent unless we're in emergency situations for very, very, very short periods of time, which we've done in the past, but it's not something that I would consider at this time. I think this is an opportunity to do this in this critical need at Cranes Creek and to analyze the impact over the year.
So I guess it would depend on who the administrator was and what position they were filling as to whether they were super critical or not. But anyway, so the answer is no, we did not look at administrators to fill these math positions, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
It would be my decision not to do that because of the other critical needs that they serve.
Okay, so I just have 2 comments. One is to my fellow board members. When we start losing teachers and other positions to virtual positions, it started here with this board making a decision and other boards like us making a decision to hire virtual teachers. And to the teachers out there, when we start down the slippery slope of hiring virtual teachers, and I guarantee you there's already entrepreneurs out there who are thinking, aha, I can hire a virtual teacher out for $70,000 a year, but I can get teachers in India trained who will do that job for $25,000, and I can put $45,000 per year per teacher in my pocket. I guarantee you there's already entrepreneurs out there thinking that, and I guarantee you that they're already lobbying legislators to, make sure that those foreign or based teachers can get their certifications. So I would just say, teachers, when jobs start getting outsourced, it starts here, and it starts with this board and many other boards who make the decision to hit the easy button and hire a virtual teacher just for this pilot program or emergency. So I would encourage my fellow board members to vote against this, and I would encourage teachers out there. Again, I've been very consistent about this. This is the 3rd time I've voiced my concern about virtual teachers and first it was, no, they'll never be out of the county, and only then did I support the virtual academy. But here we are less than a year later, or maybe a little over a year later, saying, maybe we need virtual teachers. And again, this is a slippery slope, and I would be very concerned about your profession getting outsourced. Anyway, thank you.
Further discussions by board members before I say something? Okay, if there's not, taking the last word here, I'm going to vote in favor of this because we've already started the school year, and we've got, 2 classrooms at Cranes Creek without math teachers. So what are we going to do? Are we going to take a teacher from West Pine and then have their students without a math teacher and double up on students, which puts a huge number of kids in one room. I think what we've done here is, I think our administrators have tried their best to recruit teachers, and especially math teachers, because, by the way, my daughter is a math teacher in Georgia. Was in California. Thank heaven she got out of California, but that's another story. But what we have here is, I don't love virtual teaching, but I realize why we have to do it. And I don't think it's a real slippery slope, because what school district, when we can hire a teacher at $75,000 a year, that's with benefits, okay? Why would we want to hire, in effect, 2 people, which is what we have to do in these virtual classrooms? We've got to hire not just the virtual teacher, but we also have to hire an assistant to be in the classroom, because you're not going to put 20 kids in a classroom without supervision. So I don't think there's any economic incentive to do this, but I realize that it is necessary, and I don't love it, and I do like the idea that we can this is a very innovative idea, and I said this in the work session. We love having students in the traditional classroom with the one teacher and the like, but we have holes to fill, and those holes didn't get filled last year. And I remember getting phone calls from loads of teachers, loads of parents saying, my student doesn't have a teacher. And so what we were doing was we were doubling up classrooms. So you had, 40 kids to a classroom or something like that, totally unmanageable number. So thanks to the administration, they're innovating. And if it does become a slippery slope, guess what? We get to stop that right here and now, with the next contract or whatever. But we're in the middle of, we're 2 weeks into the school year, and we need to get these math teachers into the classroom. And if this is the best way to do it, fantastic. I do want to also remind the board that in his contract, we get to vote on people, but Dr. Locklear has the ability under his contract, as do all superintendents, to allot people at particular places. That's actually not within our purview, as I understand our contract, his contract. So that's just a sidelight. And I do have faith that Dr. Locklear can do a good job in this. And I think it's the sense of the board that we really do want to find those teachers for that particular classroom. And they are hard to find because, and I understand that. And I'm actually not totally against looking at extra pay for hard to get people. And maybe that's something we ought to do for the next academic year. But that's something that should have come up 6 months ago or something like that. And we could always propose that. But right now, right here, this is what we've got to do to solve a particular problem. And I applaud the administration for solving it this way. Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'll move to a vote.
I do have a discussion in response to what you said, Mr. Chair. The first thing is, you mentioned that we could cancel the contract, and again, that's right, you're 100% correct, but my analogy with traveling nurses is 100% the same, is other districts do this and we lose people, then it becomes it becomes a snowball. The second thing that you mentioned was the superintendent's contract says that he can, the superintendent hires and fires people, but that doesn't include the right to hire contract people. I mean, that's why he brought it in front of us. If he had the right, he wouldn't have done this.
Actually, to correct you, he does not hire people. The board hires. He recommends only.
Okay, and I forgot my third point, but anyway, so.
All right, once again, I do believe that this is something essential, and one difference between traveling nurses and these school people is that theoretically, a traveling nurse costs the hospital the same amount of money. So that may, or maybe even less, I don't know. But that's an incentive for the hospital to hire the traveling nurse. There is no incentive for a school district to hire these people except that we need it.
Would you repeat what you said?
There is no incentive, you talking about?
No, about the traveling nurses?
The traveling nurses may even cost the hospital less or cost the hospital the same because you only need one traveling nurse. But when we hire a virtual teacher, we actually need 2 people. So we have to actually pay more for this. So there's no incentive to hire traveling teachers, so to speak, or to have virtual teachers, because we not only have to have the teacher in the on the screen, we also have to have an assistant in the classroom. So in my opinion, there is no incentive for us to continue this any more than is absolutely necessary. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't, because again, my point, it doesn't matter. My point is that at some point it becomes a snowball and you don't have a choice, because just like x-ray technicians and nurses, they all became traveling nurses, and you have no choice but to hire traveling teachers because they've all said, I want to work from home, or I want to work from India, and you have no choice. So, but anyway, I've made that point, and it just doesn't seem to be getting through.
You have. I still think it is a good idea to pass this. Okay, if there's nothing further, let's move to a vote. All those in favor, raise their, of the superintendent's.
Could we do this individually?
Yes, I'm going to. I'm with a raise of the hand, yes.
Raise your hand.
Yeah. All those in favor of the superintendent's recommendation and the contract, subject to attorney approval, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1. Passes 5 to 1. Okay. Next, school facility use application and fee schedule for the fee schedule for 2023-24. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Yes, this is was brought back to Construction Committee and discussed, and I also will turn to Ms. Codwell if she has anything she wants to share or say about it. As the chair of the Construction Committee, but bringing it back after the consensus of the committee. Jenny, there's a couple things you just want to just give a quick overview, if you would, Ms. Purvis, and then see if there's any questions. Of course, Ms. Codwell, you could say anything you'd like to as well.
Okay, Ms. Caldwell, this is a motion being brought by your committee, am I correct?
Yes, and I will say it was on the consent agenda, so I think I would hand it off to Mr. Hensley to ask him what his questions were first, so we can, because we did go in full discussion on this during the work session.
Okay, I just wanted, this is a technical thing, so you present it from your committee to approve this, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, that does not require a second. The motion is now on the table, and I believe, let me see, let's go with your permission.
Yes, of course.
Let's go to Ms. Purvis, because I think that's where Dr. Locklear wanted us to head.
Yes, sir. So the last time that we reviewed this policy, since then we've taken it back to the construction committee. In that time, I also talked with Principal Phillips at Pinecrest, with Athletic Director Jeff Hewitt, with Adam Fall, because as you know, their campus is the one that gets used the most in terms of facility rentals. So we took a look. Charlie, if you could pull up page 4 for me. On that facility rental agreement. And what we changed on that agreement was the fact that nonprofits would use that without a fee. At this point, they're all, with the exception of anyone who is providing something directly for the benefit of our students and our students only, all other applicants will have to refer to the fee schedule. We did that because it is their experience that there are many nonprofits who still charge some entry fee or pay their employees And in the past, we've had nonprofits who use it and do pay the fee, so we wanted to make sure that we continued with that. So the change in this, as it's coming from construction committee to you, is that all applicants, other than those who are directly related to the school or organized groups who are sponsoring something for our students only and do not charge a gate, admission, or derive a profit, or pay their officers, members, or directors. Everyone else, aside from that, would be subject to the facility fee scale. In addition, there was one note at the bottom of page 4. That asterisk there was on our previous application, but it gave 5 days for the principal to respond, and this has increased it to 10 days to allow a bit more time for the principal to respond.
Okay. Did you wish to say anything further about your motion? Okay, is there discussion? Mr. Hensley.
If we could scroll back up, please, to the part where Ms. Purvitt right there. So the first thing that caught my eye on this is the no charge paragraph. So it says no charge for organized groups sponsoring educational, cultural, or recreational activities for Moore County school students only. So if it's, say, a travel team that has a tournament where people come from outside, we're going to charge them?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that...
To give you an example of this might be an organized group from the Arts Council who comes in to perform a play for a student body. They may do that. It would just benefit our students. They may come in and sponsor something after school that only benefited our students. Those would be no charge. But anyone that's doing something from the outside, yes, sir, they would be charged.
Okay, that was my question, because I wanted to make sure that was the intent, because
Yes.
most of what I'm going to say is directed towards travel teams and all that. You know, may make this test, because that's an or, right? So you could charge a gate, you could make a lot of money, but as long as you don't pay your officers, directors, then we're not going to charge. So Mike, I just want to clarify that. My comments are specifically related to the athletic fields, that we just spent millions of dollars installing tracks. I think our tracks at Pinecrest cost $2 million, $1 million was the track, and a couple million was the artificial turf, right?
Track was about 1.5, artificial turf was somewhere around $800,000 to $900,000. The turf was donated.
Right, regardless of the source of the money. So, you know, we've got $2.5 million or so just into the surface of our facility, and we're going to charge $110 an hour for someone to use. It's $650 for a 6-hour period. So I rounded up. It's $107 and some odd cents, but say $110 an hour. You know, no one else does that. We're renting a $5-10 million, probably a $10 million facility to traveling teams who make money. I mean, that's what they do. They make money. And we're renting it for $110 an hour. And we're not even, what a responsible organization would do is we would recognize the depreciation on that, and we would recognize that the field lasts 5 years, 10 years, the track, and we would set up an amortization schedule, and we would set up accruals like hopefully we're doing for activity buses now, so that 10 years from now a school board doesn't go, oh, you got to replace that track and it's now $5 million, or you got to replace that artificial turf. So what we should be doing is we should be charging these teams, and I recommended this several months ago when this came up. You remember that what we need to do is for those for-profit organizations or those traveling teams that use our improved fields, that we need to look at taking a percentage of the gate. And I thought that the staff was going to go take a look at that, but apparently we've abandoned that. Is that correct?
That is certainly something that we can do, and we can discuss if the board wants to do that. The discussion was that there was a fine line to balance between making it open for community use and discouraging folks. And Dr. Locklear, you may want to speak to that more, but that was trying to balance making sure that we are getting cost back, that we're covering energy, that we're covering upkeep, but also at the same time.
Excuse me. I called it. I gotta say, by the way, I'm right about the traveling teachers too.
Charlie's
I'm right
trying to
about
shove
this
us out.
computer rebooting. I'm right about traveling teachers.
Charlie's shoving us out.
Or virtual teachers.
But yes, we can certainly look at that, but we did not want to discourage community use of public school facilities
I understand,
as
but
well.
if you go rent the Raleigh Convention Center or PNC Arena, which are public facilities, they're going to charge you, I mean, a convention center is $100,000 plus a percentage of the gate, $100,000 a day plus, a percentage of the gate. So I had asked, and it's okay if the board wants to disregard it, but I want the public to understand that we're renting a $5 million facility, a $10 million facility for $107 an hour to organizations that put money in their pocket. And what we should be doing is we should be taking a percentage of their gate, maybe 25%, and we should be putting that in a reserve account and we accrue that so that when we need to do maintenance on, replacing the track or the artificial turf, that we have the money to do it. Really what we're doing is we're subsidizing for-profit organizations.
Yes, and that is something, we can certainly look at. If the board would like to amend this to add a percentage, that's certainly something we can do.
Okay.
Am I going to move on, or I don't want to step
I make a motion that we table this and it goes back to committee and they look at charging a percentage of gate for-profit organizations that rent our improved facilities.
Okay, the motion has been made to table.
I'll second it.
There's a second to the motion. Ms. Caldwell, do you want to inform us? We actually talked about that in committee. Do you remember?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm trying to
All right.
think.
All right.
I was just looking, trying to look it up on my phone.
We did talk about that a little bit in committee, and I sort of like the idea of taking percentages of gates, but I realize that
That's right.
we also do things that, because we are a school system, we do things for the public. And because we do things for the public, we are not a for-profit organization which might necessarily do such things. So it was also suggested that would be quite complex, especially in terms of accounting and the like. So while I think that we could always discuss this, number one, it would have been nice if this was discussed during the work session, because when we're here at night, it's like 8, 9 o'clock at night, and we're discussing things that we had all day to discuss in the work session. But I'm actually going to vote against the motion to table because I believe that so far as we have the fee schedule, I think it's fair. I think if we want to take percentage of gates or do something like that, that should be an entirely different motion, which should come on an entirely different work session, for which the superintendent can prepare and make a recommendation, and we can discuss it fully. I just don't think that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Okay. Anyone else?
We could certainly circle back and add that on, as you're saying, at a different time.
Okay.
That is something certainly we could do.
All right. So, is there any further? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
Well, Mr. Levy wants to make a point that I wasn't at the work session. He wishes that I had brought this up earlier. Well, Ms. Purvis just confirmed that I brought this up at a school board meeting 3 or 4 months ago. So I brought this up 3 or 4 months ago. For whatever reason, it wasn't addressed by the committee. And all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy because, it wasn't addressed 3 or 4 months ago, and I bring it up tonight. It should have been addressed 3 or 4 months ago. We'll go back and watch the video that, the staff had it for action.
Well, I'm going to take that as a point of information. And as a point of information, I will tell you that at any time you can put things on the agenda properly placed on the agenda, and we can then make a motion and vote. If that's what you wanted to do, then what you should have done was to make the motion, which we would have voted on here in the committee, at the board.
Mr. Chair, my comment was not a request for information. My comment was a direct response to your comment. I did not make a point of information. I responded to your comment.
Okay, well.
I mean, you can take it as a point of information, but that's not what I said. I said I have a direct response to one of your comments, and then I brought up that I mentioned this 3 or 4 months ago, and I was assured that the staff was, yep, we got that for action, and then it comes out of committee and it's completely stripped out.
Well, to remember, you can bring something directly to the board. It does not necessarily have to go through committee, although, and you can bring it as a separate matter, which can be physically the separate matter, such as we should take 25% of the gate, and that can be referred to committee for the committee recommendation, and according to the policies, which we have, even to the extent that the committee votes it down, you can then bring it to the board. So, at any rate, is there anything further? The motion on the floor is to table. So if you wish to table this particular motion, please vote yes. If you do not wish to table, please vote no. Okay, everybody understand? Okay, so all those who wish to table, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed to tabling, 1, 2, 3. The motion to table fails on a tie vote. Okay, moving along to the particular situation itself. Is there any further discussion on the facilities use? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the facilities use application as recommended by the committee, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, if you want it. We're not tabling it, we're voting for the, okay, all right, let me explain. We are voting, the motion to table failed. So we're going to take up the I don't want to say the policy. We're going to take up this fee schedule at this point in time, okay? So, if you are in favor of the fee schedule, minding you that you could bring an amendment to this later on, no problem. But if you're in favor of the fee schedule, I want you to raise your hand. Okay, is that understood? Okay, so we'll resume the vote. Okay.
I'm going to just let him know, we will come back to the committee and talk about that as well, too. So.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Okay, so all those in favor of the fee schedule, please raise your hand. Oh, were you going to say something? Okay, I saw you with your button. All those in favor of the fee schedule, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all those opposed? 1, 2. Okay, motion, the fee schedule carries. Okay. The Union Pines High School Media Center HVAC replacement. Let me, that I believe come to the construction committee as well. Am I correct?
It was brought by staff.
Yeah, that's right.
It was brought by staff.
Brought by staff
Okay,
based on bids.
so is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding the Union Pines High School Media Center HVAC replacement? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
So, okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second, okay, by Mr. Benway. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Dr. Lackler or Ms. Purvis, you want to speak to that?
Yes, I'll, ask Ms. Purvis if she would just give a brief overview of this recommendation, where this was in our plans.
Sure.
and again, the budgets that we're recommending use for this. Ms. Purvis?
Yes, sir. So this Union Pines High School Media Center HVAC replacement was originally approved in the 2020 ESSER project. So this was on the original list of ESSER projects which were approved. It was also put out as one of the projects on a multiple project request for qualifications, which was put out in February of 2022. So these projects have moved forward to the engineer that was awarded that request for qualifications for engineering. So that plan came through. We were able to put that out for bid. And we received the following two bids. H.M. Kern came in at $588,000, and Hamlet Associates came in at $565,603. These bids were much higher than expected, and were higher than what had been budgeted originally in 2020. So we consulted with council, and we found that we were able to reach out to the lowest bidder and ask them to take a look at that to see if there were adjustments which could be made. Hamlet Associates was able to replace train units with carrier units. The engineer and our Moore County Schools HVAC crew verified that we've had good service with other carrier units that we have installed, and both recommended moving forward with this adjustment. After the adjustment to carrier units, Hamlet Associates came in as the apparent low and responsive bidder at $493,838. It's recommended that Hamlet Associates be awarded the work in the amount of $493,838. $244 of that will be paid from ESSER funds, which were allotted in 2020, and $249,838 will be paid with capital funds.
Did you say 4,200 or you meant 42,000, or maybe I heard it wrong?
$244,000 will be paid from ESSER funds, and $249,838 will be capital funds. The total project will be $493,838.
Thank you, Ms.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Ms. Purvis. Maybe I heard that wrong. Okay. Anything further, Dr. Locklear? Okay. Discussion. Yes.
So I talked with Dr. Locklear about this earlier today, like I did all the other things are removed from the agenda, from the consent agenda, and I expressed my concern, which Ms. Purvis clarified, is this didn't specify whether or not it was an existing project or a new
Yes,
project.
sir.
I want to make sure that it, I want to know whether it's a new project or
Yes, sir.
something. But what I haven't heard is I've heard it was a much higher amount, but I haven't heard. So how much did we budget for it? I know HVAC's gone up crazy.
We budgeted the $244,000, which is what
Yeah.
is coming from the ESSER funds. That is
Right.
what was budgeted in ESSER. And our engineer expected at the time, before he engineered the project, that would be what it is. After engineering the project and looking at the complexities of the project and what's going to be required to do that, it came
It's
in much
twice as
higher.
expensive. Okay, so we're pulling we're pulling $250,000 out from somewhere.
From, capital fund balance.
What was that? From what?
Capital, from our capital
And what was
fund.
that money previously budgeted for?
Well, that money is sitting in fund balance. We do try to keep a certain amount in there. We don't budget that unless it's needed, so we don't budget all of that out. We try to keep a reserve for emergency purposes or for purposes that are unexpected, and that would be one of these cases.
So this isn't coming out of the $7 million that we saved from the gym renovations?
No,
or
sir. This is
okay,
not
it's
coming
out of
from
fund
any-
balance. Okay,
no.
all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other? Okay. One of the things, one of my observations is that I hope that we can find the money to do the, I believe it's air conditioning for CLC Pinckney.
I think you're talking maybe the Ed Center, is that?
Yeah, the CLC, I believe it's CLC Pinckney, am I right? Same thing. It's the same thing, yes.
We had some condensate lines replaced at CLC and some boiler projects there. And then adjacent to CLC is the Ed Center, and we currently have that underway with the engineer taking a look at it and hope to get bids on that and replace that next summer, because you're right, it is in need of replacement.
Okay, so clearly it's also needed at Union Pines, but I hope we're thinking about the needs for CLC PME, as well as the Ed Center portion of CLC.
Yes, sir. There were several projects, quite a few projects under ESSER that were HVAC because those qualify as ESSER projects. So you guys will be seeing several HVAC projects come through.
Okay, well, I appreciate your work on that.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, anything further? Hearing nothing further, all those in favor of the superintendent's recommendation regarding the Union Pines High School Media Center HVAC, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Now, the Moore County Schools Student Uniform Survey. Let me turn that over to the Vice Chair to explain what we're doing. We are not mandating uniforms at this time.
No.
Explain what it is.
No, not at all. Yes, it's just a survey that's going to be going out to the public starting tomorrow through November 3rd. It's a simple, let me get it pulled up here. Also, I've got it here on my screen, Mr. Batchelor. It has a few questions. First of all, to identify yourself, parent, guardian, student, staff, Moore County community member. We do want to make sure that the whole entire community is able to give their opinion on it if they want. Which schools that you may be associated with. Just a simple question, do you prefer uniforms? If you do, explain why or why not. If you're in favor of uniforms, what do you think that they should consist of? Have you been associated with a school that requires uniforms in the past? And if you were, what was your experience there, whether it was positive or negative? As we venture over this over the next couple months, the community feedback is most important to me, and how we want to proceed with things, at what rate or if at all. So there's just putting it out there that we want to hear what the community has to say, and that's it.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to note at the very top, Charlie, in the preamble, there was discussion at the board to add a descriptor of what a uniform is or example, and that's just one of the note that's been added to the preamble of the survey. In general, school uniforms require certain top attire and bottom attire. Top attire may be limited to certain colors, types of tops. Bottom attire may be also limited types of length. So just a general, very general descriptor of what a uniform is.
So as a technical matter, I need a motion which endorses the distribution of the survey to our students, either virtually or on paper.
Via a portal online.
For a portal. So do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Okay. And by the way, that's coming from your committee, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that does not require a second. Is there discussion? Yes, sir.
A couple of things. One is, the first thing is during the discussion on this, during the work session, I heard the comment made using Scotland County as an example, and I wouldn't use Scotland County as an example for anything education related. Just last year, they had to have an emergency school board meeting because 4 or 5 of their teachers got assaulted, and the school board didn't do anything about it, like assaulted in the classroom. So
just to correct, I think this is my fault. I believe I misspoke.
Yeah,
it's not Scotland County. It is which county?
Richmond County.
Richmond
Yes.
County. That's me. I said Scotland, but it is not Scotland. It is Richmond.
I'm not sure I'd use Richmond County as an example either as educational excellence.
I just want to correct the record.
I didn't hear any discussion or evidence of results that they got from their uniforms. I heard a discussion about, the results maybe after they eliminated them. But anyway, so the second thing is, we're really putting the cart before the horse. Look, a vote for this survey is a vote to move the school uniform idea forward, and the school uniform idea needs to end now, and it needs to end tonight. And the way to end it now is to stop this survey. and here's why. One is Moore County Schools went through a handful of years, 8 years, of not enforcing the dress code. Once this school board once Dr. Locklear became the superintendent, he started enforcing the dress code. Once this school board got elected, we definitely started enforcing the dress code increasingly. We have to first get to where we're thoroughly enforcing the dress code, then we assess it, and then maybe possibly look at uniforms. But we're going from a period where the previous school board was, we need to respect cultural rights, and we need to have a culturally sensitive dress code, so we can't possibly enforce the dress code because that's culturally insensitive. We just changed the dress code today to make it tighter. But we're going from not enforcing the dress code to jumping right to we need to have uniforms. So we're putting the cart before the horse. If a school wants to have uniforms, I don't hear anyone clamoring for uniforms. I haven't heard a single school step up. And I haven't heard a single parent-teacher association. I haven't heard a single principal. The only thing I've heard principals, because I heard Ms. Davis say it during the school board meeting, is during the work session, is the principal said, look, it's all or nothing. We're not going to do it school by school. Well, that's the way they're going to kill it. Because this might might support it if say, at least middle school or say a school, I don't care what school it is, if the parents came forward or the PTA or the administration came forward and said, we want to have school uniforms, I would support it. But this is being driven from a handful of people from the top down. So nobody's asking for this. No administrators are asking for this. No teacher-parent organizations are asking for this. And then thirdly, I want to ask, what are our priorities? You know, my hot button topics are school safety, SROs. We heard Sherry talk about that today. Trauma medical. I was glad to see the trauma medical kid out front. But instead, we're discussing uniforms. I heard the superintendent talk about how he couldn't possibly entertain an administrator filling in on an emergency basis as a math teacher because our administrators are 100% tasked and they're doing this and doing that. And we're going to waste administration time and resources conducting a survey, analyzing the survey, sitting through committee meetings where that time needs to be spent on other higher priorities. So as a board, I got to ask what our priorities are when we're not focusing on important stuff. Instead, we're focusing on school uniforms. So this needs to end now. This needs to end tonight. So I'm voting against it.
Further discussion?
Well, I will say, David, I agree with you. I am against school uniforms, but I would still like to see what the public would have to say. I don't think this is a step up to say, like, we're going to do them if they say yes. I still think that, it's a decision. But as far as time and all of that, I agree with you. I do, but that's my personal opinion. And I try to look at what it benefits the entire school or the county, not just my opinion. So I would like to know what parents would like to say, even though my personal opinion would be to be against it.
Further discussion?
Yes, please hear.
Ken, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look in the wrong direction here.
I for one, am in favor of it, but I think we're only taking step one here just to get the sense of the public and get some feedback from them. Later on, we can discuss, if they should want this sort of thing. And most of the people I speak with do want uniforms. Then we can start talking about implementation, phasing, et cetera, et cetera. Let's not throw this whole, as you say, the baby out with the bathwater here. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay. Then let me put my 2 cents in. I think that this is essential. By the way, if you're asking whether there's a clamor for school uniforms, there's a charter which is forming in, I believe it's the Carthage area. And I read one of their prospectuses or some comment on it, and one of the first things they said is, we're going to have uniforms. And a lot of the people that I talk to really want uniforms. Actually, I think they want it more in the younger grades. I actually do prefer myself finding some of our schools that want to do it as a pilot project and seeing if they're going to come on board or not. I actually disagree with the all or nothing thing, but we'll find that out later on. I think the first step is to ask. If it comes out overwhelmingly, we don't want it, we don't want to see it, that's one thing. If it comes back saying, yeah, that's a good idea, especially in the younger grades, I think that's a good thing. One of the problems with dress codes, and I'm in favor of being much stricter on dress codes, is that there's always something new. You know, whether it's baggy pants, or whether it's a hood, which we just tried to get rid of, or as I think Ms. Bruno saw, as I saw in an email, someone being upset because some of the students had a tail, I believe, and it was elf ears. I think this was over at Pinecrest, and there was something else. So are we going to constantly amend our dress code to say you can't have a tail or elf ears or stuff like that? Are we going to simply say it's got to be respectful, and maybe someone will interpret elf ears as not being respectful? And I think a school uniform can be as simple as just a pair of blue jeans or khakis and a blue shirt, because the key is, I've said it before to our vice chair, I've said, I don't want to see anything in a school uniform that you can't get at Belk or at Walmart, okay? And I don't want people to have to go to a uniform store, but we can be uniform without expensive uniforms. I hope if we ever decide it, that's how we'll do it. And personally, I also don't think that uniforms will ever come to pass, certainly before next academic year, because we're probably not going to shove it into the January semester. So we're far, far away, and I don't think we need to shut it down. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we have certainly a couple of members of our board who are interested in it, and I think all we're asking now is for the public to weigh in. So therefore, I'm going to vote in favor of it. So hearing no further discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed, 1. Carries. Motion carries. Okay. Okay, yes, here I am. Board minutes. I believe that's the last thing on the agenda, is the board minutes. Mr. Hensley, you meant, I believe, a bunch of corrections to the board minutes.
I do. Well, first of all, I got to make an observation that we're approving board minutes from December of last year. So we are 10 months behind in some cases. I mean, December, June, July, August, September. Approving board minutes is kind of a core competency of parliamentary procedure. I'm not sure where this broke down, but we need to do a much better job. There's no reason why and it seems to coincide with our new law firm. As much as I was a critic of the previous law firm for several wrong opinions in court and open session 3 times, if I remember correctly, that had to be corrected several meetings later. At least they got the minutes done on time. So I would urge the chair to ensure, because memories fade, it's hard to recall what happened, and I don't know if the board minutes are accurate from 10 months ago. I don't know, I'd have to watch the whole video. But anyway, but setting that aside for a minute, I have have concerns about the minutes of the July 19th meeting. And I think that what we need to do, why don't we remove those? Because I think we need to consult with legal on that, because I'm not sure how you find out what's involved in board minutes or not. I mean, I'm prepared to do it tonight publicly. But, you know, the July 19 meeting was full of outright lies and distortions that went unchallenged by fellow board members. And there were inaccuracies in the minutes. It didn't reflect the lies that were told about me by a board member. And it didn't point out things like 2 days were proposed and both of them was known ahead of time that I was not available. So I think that I think the best thing to do is we maybe approve all the board minutes except the July 19th ones, and we get some legal counsel on how we're going to fix that.
Okay. One of the problems here, let me point out, is that the board minutes simply reflect what was said. To the extent that someone thinks that what was said was a lie or something like that, that's not what the board minutes will reflect. The board minutes will reflect simply what is said. And I haven't heard anything yet which said that the minutes are inaccurate from what was said. As I said, you may disagree with what was said or whatever. That's not the purpose of minutes.
So what's the process? So here's my question, and I'm very politely suggesting that we just set the July 19 minutes aside and seek legal counsel. But if we don't want to do that, then what's the process to discuss and debate what is in the minutes? We could pull up the meeting and we could just go through it, and I could point out the outright lies.
Okay, there is no particular, I'll put that as a point of information. There is nothing on today's agenda which will have debate on whether what was said in July 19th was a lie or was the truth. That is not the point of minutes.
Well, if you're asking someone to approve the minutes, we've done this in closed session. We've modified closed session minutes. So what's the procedure? I mean, I'm more than happy. We can pull up the July 19th minutes, and I'll make motions, and I'll point out. Then we can pull up the videos, and I'll point out the lies. Or we could set the July 19th aside, and we can discuss this outside and maybe get some legal counsel. Because I'm not. Just explain to me the process. We're asked to vote on minutes, and therefore there must be a process to modify the minutes.
Well,
So what's the process to modify the
minutes?
minutes?
You would not modify minutes because minutes are simply a reflection of what happened at the meeting.
But if they're not accurate, then they have to be challenged. It doesn't make sense that you can't challenge something based upon its accuracy.
If someone says the sky is green and the sky is actually blue, the minutes properly, and no one challenged at the hearing, at the meeting, that the sky was blue, then the proper thing to say in the minutes is so-and-so said the sky was green, okay? Because all you're doing in your minutes is you're not saying they're true, you're not saying they're false. You're simply saying that that was what was said. And so far, I haven't heard someone say something wasn't said that was said, or something was said that wasn't said.
That's because there hasn't been a venue to do that. This is the first venue to do that. And I'm challenging the 19 July minutes, and I'm prepared to talk about why they're inaccurate. So
I have a question. Since Mr. Hensley wasn't there, would he be able to vote on those minutes? That's a lawyer question.
Well, he can vote on, it's an interesting question, but he can vote on anything he wants to vote on. First, I need a motion. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes presented?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Okay. So now I have the motion on the table. Okay. So is there further discussion on the approval of the minutes as presented?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree. I disagree with the accuracy of the minutes of the 19 July meeting, and I wish to challenge them. So point of information, what is or point of procedure or whatever, what's the process for challenging inaccuracies in the minutes?
Okay, if the minutes are inaccurate, in other words, if what was said, what was reported in the minutes was, whether it's true or false, what was reported in the minutes was not stated was reported in the minutes was not stated in the meeting, or what was stated in the meeting was not reported in the minutes, whether it's true or false. Okay, now is the venue, so you would tell us what was stated in the minutes, which was not stated in the meeting, or what was stated in the meeting that was not stated in the minutes. Whether it's true or false, the truth or falsity of what was stated is not an issue, and it's not germane to this motion.
I'm confused, and looking at Ms. Caldwell, I think she's confused too.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think just to sum it up, I think what you're trying to say is whatever was said whether I said that there's a skunk in this room, you have to write it down because I said it and it's in the minutes. Whether it was true or not, it doesn't matter. It's what I said.
Right.
So I said it, it has to be recorded into the minutes. I think that's kind of what you're trying to say.
But said much more briefly, and much more effectively, I might add. Okay. Yes, did you have something?
I think that it's the actual motions that we are voting on that are recorded in the minutes, and any type of discussion in between is not recorded in the minutes. It is on our website where you can go and look, but as far as what's written here is the motions that were made and the number of votes that were for or against it. So the motions that were made are reflected here, and they are voted on, and there's no discrepancies, or if there are discrepancies in what happened in the meeting and what was recorded, then we would be able to do something about it. But the in-between is not, it's just the actual worded motions, and how it was voted on is what's recorded in these minutes, and that's what we're voting to approve.
But in the past, this board has had minutes that had much more detail, and all of a sudden, we're all for minutes which strip out detail. I mean, go back and look last year at the minutes, and go look at our closed session minutes. So all of a sudden, we want brevity in our minutes, but that hasn't always been the case.
Well, I think closed session minutes are a little bit different, if I'm correct, but open session, I mean, there's a video of it, so I think people can go back and refer to it, but closed session, they can't go back on because we're not recorded.
Okay.
That's how I would take it.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of approval of the minutes? Yes, Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, hold on, I'm not. So we made a motion to approve the minutes.
Yes.
Right? Okay, I make a motion to remove the July 19 minutes from approval.
Okay, so that is to amend the minutes to strike the,
No, I'm amending the motion, not amending the minutes. I'm amending the motion, not amending the minutes. I'm amending the motion to strike the 19 July minutes so that we can bring them up at another time.
is there a second to that motion? Seeing no second, the motion fails.
Okay,
For lack of a second.
point of order.
Yes.
And I think we should probably get some legal advice on this. So what is the procedure for challenging minutes? I mean, you talked in a giant circle and used an analogy or an example that I didn't understand. Basically, you said you cannot challenge the minutes of a meeting, is what I've heard. So I would like our legal counsel to weigh in on that.
So currently what you are doing is looking at a draft of amendments or a draft of your minutes to determine whether or not you should pass them. What Bob has said is correct in the fact that these minutes are meant to reflect what was said at the meeting. So the question about whether or not the minutes are accurate should be about whether or not these minutes accurately reflect what occurred at the meeting. We're not looking at whether or not what was said at the meeting was accurate. We're looking at whether or not these minutes, as they are typed, accurately reflect what was said at that meeting.
What about omissions from the minutes that are relevant and germane?
You can request the addition of those right now as a motion, and the board can vote on whether or not they choose to add those to the minutes.
Perfect. So let's bring up the July 19th. I would like to make a motion to, well, do I even have to make a motion, or is my right as a board member to propose changes? I don't see why I'd have to make a motion.
Well, so we have a motion on the floor right now to pass the minutes as they are, so you would need a motion to amend the minutes to include the language that you would request.
Okay, so now this goes back to something that I've been wanting to bring up for a while, and that is, 4 months ago, I brought up...
Mr. Hensley, it's 3 hours late. We need to know what additions or corrections you make to the minutes. I'm not going to
Mr. Chair,
let me finish, please. I am not going to allow a discussion about whether it was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. I need, in order to be germane, tell me what additions or corrections you wish to place in the minutes.
Oh, sure.
Well, what is the addition or correction?
So if we can bring them up, I'd be more than happy to discuss them.
Okay, how do you wish to correct the minutes?
Well, if we could bring up the minutes of the July 19 meeting, I will say exactly what I would like added.
Okay. Go ahead. Bring it up. What do you want added?
Okay. I have...
How can he add something if he wasn't there at the meeting?
I don't know. It seems rather
You can't
silly
add
to me,
something
but-
to minutes when you're not
Because
present.
it's on video and I've watched the video. I know exactly
But you're
what
not-
transpired.
But that doesn't reflect what was said in the minutes when we were there at the meeting.
Because there's omissions. That's what I just discussed. There's omissions to the minutes. That's what I asked the attorney about.
Well, we've got 2 steps to go
And
here.
then the
Yeah.
chair said that I could say it, and now all of a sudden I can't.
I'm trying to process it because I don't understand how you can add something to minutes that are already done.
They're
We have
draft minutes.
we have 2 steps to go. We approve the minutes, and you rebut the minutes later. You said it's a second issue.
Actually, what happens is, so for instance, if this said July 20th and it was July 19th, you would say, I wish to correct the minutes to say it was July 19th, not July 20th. What I will not allow here, unless I'm overruled, what I will not allow is a general discussion rehashing what happened on July 19th.
I'm not asking to do that. I have several specific things that I want added to the minutes or corrected in the minutes because they're not accurate. They left out very important stuff.
Okay, tell us what was said in the minutes, which in the discussion, which is not reflected in the minutes.
So there's 3 very important things. One is that I was absent because the 2 dates that were specified for the
Okay,
meeting.
all right. Once again, you are rebutting what was said.
No, sir, I'm not. I'm specifically stating facts that I want included in the meetings. I'm not rebutting anything. I'm stating the facts of the meeting.
You not being there was not part of the meeting. These are records of what happened at the meeting during the time frame of the meeting.
I
and
want
what
it
happened
stated why I
before
wasn't
then.
there.
No, unfortunately, Mr. Hensley, that is out of order. What is in order is to state something was said at the meeting. Something was said at the meeting which was not reflected in the minutes.
Okay.
Not that, let's say, someone said.
Mr. Chair,
you were
I
not
understand.
there for
Let
a
me move
reason.
on to
It
my
was a
second
different
one.
reason.
My second one was Mr. Holmes, who made the motion to remove me from the vice chair. He stated that I continuously, flagrantly attacked individual constituent teachers and members of the board. That is a flagrant,
Okay, Mr.
that's
Hensley,
a lie.
once again, and I apologize, I have to apologize, and I apologize especially to Ms. Bruno, because I have to maintain.
Yes,
I
please
to
have
main- I
civility
to
in the
maintain
meeting,
decorum.
please.
Once again, you are out of order. We are not discussing whether what Mr. Holmes said was right or wrong. We are discussing whether he said it or whether he didn't say it. If it is in there and you say he didn't say it, then that is a proper discussion, okay? Is there anything in the minutes which is written in the minutes that did not happen at the meeting?
No, but that's not what you said previously that I could challenge.
Further discussion is out of order. The hour is very late, okay? I apologize to the board.
So things are out of order because the meeting's late?
Well, Mr. Hensley, I don't want to constantly call you out of order because that is not what I'm trying to do. I am trying to keep us in decorum. You've said that there is nothing in the minutes which is inaccurate from the standpoint of being said at the meeting, not from the standpoint of you may disagree with what Mr. Holmes said. What Mr. Holmes said might not be what you agree with. What I said during that meeting might not be what you agree with. That is not what is in order, and that is not germane. Okay.
So I cannot add anything to the minutes.
Pardon?
So I cannot add anything to the minutes. I want
That is
to add.
not. Okay, Mr. Hensley, you're out of order. You're trying to argue something which is not
trying to debate,
which is not germane. No. It is out of order and it is not germane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the minutes as proposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any opposed? 1. Motion to approve the minutes. The minutes stand approved. Okay, so let me move to the, I am correct, that was the last item on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. Superintendent's report. Dr. Locklear, tell us about the new year, how we're fired up.
We're definitely fired up. There's lots to celebrate about opening our school year. We noted earlier, tipping the hat to Tony and his team, but our entire employee team worked very hard to have our school year overall open up very successfully. Certainly, we're very excited for what the year brings us. On September 6th, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction State Board of Education also publicly announced the results of the state testing program from 22-23 school year. We have our first A school in the history of Moore County, Pinehurst Elementary School, also the highest achieving elementary school in the state of North Carolina, period. So we have lots to be proud of there. We also have 2 elementary schools that are within points, as Ms. Bruno noted earlier, of being A schools, Sandhills Farm Life and Deeds Creek Elementary. We went from 14 schools making growth to 16 schools. We grew over 3.7 points in grade level proficiency to 60.3%, 7 points above the state average, and we no longer have any F schools. 9 schools overall improved their letter grade, so lots to be proud of. Still much work to be done, but lots to be proud of for our Moore County schools and for all of our employee team and our students. Very proud of their growth. I do very briefly need to bring a notice to the board on a donation that we received per board policy 2425, gifts and bequests. Donations under value of $75,000. I notify the board at the next meeting. Here at Southern Middle School, Upward Basketball, that's used this gym for many, many years, is donating replacement of the bleachers here at Southern Middle School. It's valued at $72,000. They have worked with Ms. Purvis and her team to make sure everything is done appropriately and all items meet our standards, et cetera. So I did want to notify the board of that, and we're certainly very grateful for that donation in support of Southern Middle School. So with that, those are all my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Locklear. I want to say that's great news. Okay, so we thoroughly appreciate it. So we're going to move to board comments. We'll go first. Okay, Mr. Hensley.
Yeah, so Dr. Locklear, that's all great news. Who would have thought that restoring discipline, restoring respect, getting rid of restoring discipline and of students and respect for teachers and getting rid of ineffective or ideologically driven administrators and replacing them with very highly qualified senior staff and administrators who are here for the right reasons. 100% predictable that that would result in increased academic achievement, and it's just the start of it. I mean, it's great news, but it all comes down to student discipline, and it all comes down to highly qualified administrators who are here for the right reason. But I got to point out tonight that this board, we passed a contract which hasn't even been drafted. We passed a motion to approve a survey on uniforms that it's just misplaced priorities, and it's going to waste administrators' time, which could be better spent on academics. And then finally, denied through twisted and conflicting statements from the chair the ability of a board member, really any board member, to correct the minutes of a meeting so they accurately reflect what transpired. So, overall, those are three giant swings and misses. That's all I got.
Okay, Ms. Bruno.
I just want to wish everybody a great year. Thank you to all our wonderful teachers and all our wonderful staff, and let's go get them.
Ms. Caldwell.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for all that that are hanging out here tonight, even though we have one member that actually owns the school. So thank you for hosting us. And board members, I wanted you guys to keep in mind and just reflect about tonight of what our why is, why we're here. We're here to work together. We may disagree, and that's okay. But that's what it's important to have different ideas and bring them together and be a team. That's how I've always worked, and I hope that one day we'll get back to that. I feel like we will. I know there's always bumps in the road, but I do feel we need to remember why we're here and what we need to accomplish.
Mr. Bentley.
Thank you. Just a few events coming up real quick. We kick off the CTE committee year with our first meeting at Sand Hills Community College at 8:30 on the 21st. A lot of things are falling into place in the CTE arena that is going to really has some real promise for our programs in the out years. Thursday, I meet with Miss Erica Funk to discuss framing up a standalone military committee. Right now, the military portion of the CT committee is just not a good match there, so we're going to look at a standalone. Got a chance to visit the two junior ROTC detachments. The first on with the Navy at Union Pines, and then the second day, myself and Pauline visited the Air Force JROTC organization. And I got to say that these are both real feathers in the hat of both of those high schools. These are good outfits, good, solid, serious outfits that are creating citizens in the greatest sense of the word. We resume our final tour of the schools at the end of this month. We'll visit the three high schools, and that'll conclude our visits. We'll get to catch the charters at some point. But anyway.
Then we'll start all over again.
Yeah. Oh, no. Anyway, we thank the high schools or all the schools for their welcome during our visits and the great information we've gotten from them. It's really been important. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Davis.
I'll just thank the administrators that are here, the people that are going to be staying even after we leave this evening and cleaning things up and getting home later than we are. And just honored to be on the school board going into the best year yet.
Okay. And let me just say one thing. I hope that this 9/11, knowing the value of our military, I want to thank for their service Colonel Benway, retired, and Major Hensley retired for their service to this country, and to all our military for their service to this country. 9/11 certainly means quite a lot to our students and I'm sure to this board. So I want to let the public know that these are some of the things that the board is thinking about. I want to thank Dr. Locklear and the administration for some fantastic work over the past year, and I want to congratulate the board for some fantastic work over the past year. And I want to tell you that I have a conflict of interest in this because that great #1 school, highest in the state, is where my granddaughter goes to elementary school. So I just hope she can keep up and that she doesn't get into too much trouble because there's a rumor that she talks a lot, but that's another story. But we thank everyone for their patience, and we thank you for another productive evening. So if there is nothing further from the board, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion to adjourn. Is
Second.
There a second? There is a second by Ms. Caldwell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.